so. I'm good.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
good, because I hit the stream button. Okay.
Hello.
Welcome to
Hello.
Terrible Lie.
Howdy.
We'll jump right in. So, our 4-player characters, whose appearances we will describe in due time, find themselves just immediately once they reach this fortress, which is called, Fortress Farragle. That as soon as they reach it, they are basically shoved through the door. Not literally, obviously, you're a bunch of nobles, but shoved through the door. Your bags are taken from you. You've been assigned a guest room, and you're like ushered into some sort of like fancy parlor. Excuse me. Look, fancy
The
parlor.
Jersey is coming out.
I know, for real.
Slay.
Uh, so, this is where our scene begins. The 4 heroines of this story find themselves sitting on fancy chairs inside what looks like a lavishly decorated parlor, waiting as a group of maids, a small group of servants, come in and out of the room. They're slowly filling the table before you with all sorts of plates. Each of you gets a cup of tea handed to you. One of the maids almost fumbles and drops a whole tray of various hot liquids, but thankfully nothing so terrible happens in the first literally 20 minutes of your stay. So before you guys are attended to by anyone actually important, why don't we pan around the room and see who's sitting here? So closest to the window is a red-headed woman in heavy armor. Tiamat, would you like to introduce your character?
Yeah. Honora.
And pull up the art as we go.
Yes.
Oh, Honora points.
That's that's her. Youngest of 2.
You don't have
Like
to. You don't have to
something-
go into
yeah.
she can just do like physical description if you like.
Yeah. Red hair, 2 beauty marks. You can't see it here, but her mark, she is minor blessed. Her holy blessing is on her right shoulder. Likes hunting dissidents.
Likes hunting dissidents. And what is she doing as she's been abruptly shoved into this room and handed a bunch of hot tea? How's she doing?
She's used to it. She's sitting at the table and just kind of she's eyeing everybody else, I think. Not suspiciously yet, but she's just looking around, seeing who exactly she's working with.
I see. And right next to her is a blonde woman who probably looks a little bit less confident. How's Theodora looking?
She is.
Oh, I almost revealed the wrong character. Off to a great start.
Exquisite.
She is sitting very stiffly, I guess, holding her tea up, which is still too hot to drink, which she probably watched her find that out the hard way. But she's sitting very stiffly and politely and not looking directly at anyone else.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And then next to those 2 chairs, there's like a little end table with full just like, knickknacks. There's a lamp. It's not on because it's early morning and the sunlight's streaming through the big windows. But next to that is a big long couch, designed to seat like 4 people. On one end is Temperance. Let's find Temperance's art somewhere in this pile. There we go.
Temperance.
The picture, because I'm not an artist.
The pick crew.
So Temperance is wearing a beat up leather overcoat and some plates, with kind of a ragtag, like effective, like combat stuff, but not nearly as fancy as everyone else around. And the moment she was seated, she promptly put her booted feet up on something that probably shouldn't have feet put on it.
The nice like coffee table that's currently like full of food shudders as she puts her boots on it.
Mm-hmm.
And
she's just kind of like looking around at everyone with this look of that's somewhere between like boredom and just resentment.
Oh
Um,
no.
and she is holding in one hand uh, a large coin that she's just kind of shuffling between her fingers idly.
Oh, a threatening presence
Wow,
indeed.
she's so cool.
And then on the other end of the couch, presumably reasonably far from Honora without being impolite, is the last member of our small troop, Miss Faustine.
Yes, she is in fact on
Oh.
the
Whoa.
farthest end of the couch without without bordering on rudeness, because personal appearance and presentation is important. And in particular, she's been taking a few moments as she's been sitting on this couch using a small folding mirror she keeps in her bag to uh double check and reapply the lipstick she's wearing. And when that's done, she snaps it closed quietly, tucks it away, and picks up her tea. She doesn't drink it yet. She's holding it. She's enjoying the aroma. Uh, she catches Theodora burning her tongue on the tea because it is in fact still too hot. But she says nothing. She smiles calmly and she waits.
All right.
Oh.
So, after a moment of brief silence between the four women, one of the maids, the same maid that had almost dropped a whole bunch of hot stuff everywhere, takes a nervous step forward, clearly like shuddering in the presence of all these people way more important than her. And she says, "Can I get you ladies anything else?"
No, I think we'll be just fine.
She looks at all the rest of you, while like slowly scooting away towards the back wall, like, "Speak now! Speak now or ever hold your peace!"
Honora
I
gives
get
her
a-
like a dismissive look.
You have ale.
Ale?
Go run along. I think we'll be fine while we wait for Lord Normanth.
She looks from Faustine to Temperance, before looking back towards, one of the other maids who makes just kind of a like, huh, expression. But she skitters off, presumably to go find whatever ale they can scrounge up at 7 in the morning. Alright, so, it's you guys alone with a bunch of maids. Would you like to, do anything before, or would you like to just wait for someone to come get you? Up to you.
Faustine is simply going to, once it's cooled off enough, enjoy her tea and open up a small book and sort of peruse through it while she's waiting.
Okay. Is it your book, or is this a book you're finding in the room?
Her book.
Okay. Well, while you guys are waiting, it's not that long of a wait, thankfully, before you hear someone like walking through the hall. Well, several someones. You hear footsteps and also armored footsteps. The armored footsteps stop right outside the door. You can assume guards have approached. But the other footsteps, you hear the door open behind you, and a lady comes in. Hold on, let me get rid of this Faustine on the screen. A lady comes in. She has very, very light hair, very close to Faustine's hair color, actually, kind of a greenish tint. She's wearing like riding clothes, as if she just got here as well. And her hair's kind of in disarray. And she looks at all of you and she says, "Oh, excellent, everyone's here." Before crossing the room, grabbing a sandwich, and promptly sitting down on the big armchair that is yet to be claimed. She says, "Well, hello there. I was wondering who else would be, coming. So sorry that Lord Normanth can't meet with you right away. He's very busy. I assure you they're setting up right now."
No issue.
Of course, of course. A man like him is going to be busy on even the best of occasions.
Mm-hmm.
Very much so, yes. But I'll entertain you for the time being. You can call me, oh shit, how do I pronounce her name? Anthea. You can call me Anthea. And she, just kind of gestures to the food in front of her. She says, "I've hoped you've been enjoying my hospitality."
Oh, of course. It's quite lovely. I'm Faustine Enlil.
Enlil. Interesting. Well, I wasn't made aware of exactly who was coming, but I should have expected folks of such high breeding.
Thank you.
This is a very important job.
Of course.
The words high breeding prompts Temperance to make just like the face of someone who just saw something weird in their trash can.
Okay, hold on.
It's like,
Anthea looks at Temperance like she doesn't say anything, but she does make a look like, does that make you uncomfortable in some way? Anyways, before
Anthea will remember that.
Anthea will remember that. Before taking a long drink of her tea, she actually has art. Hold on, let me yank it up.
Oh,
Yes.
let me see. Let me see.
All right,
Show
this
us
is
the
Anthea.
woman. Oh.
I
my
like
God.
her.
But
I love this drip.
she's
Yeah.
she's
I
sitting cross-legged on the chair, just kind of like poised, sipping.
Mhm.
Oh. All right, and when she's done, she takes a look at all of you, just kind of giving you the old once up and down. And she says, "Well, maybe I lied a little bit. I did know, a few people who are coming." And then she looks at Theodora and says, "Your family must be awfully upset about this whole situation."
Theodora, who did not expect to be called out at that moment, makes like a little bit of a surprise noise. And like she's not dropping her tea, but she just, she jumps a little bit. And she says, "Oh, yes, yes, they are. Are well, that's why I'm here, but it seems like you probably expected that."
Oh, yes, yes. We sent for someone from your house specifically due to the situation at hand. Though I can't say that I remember your name specifically. Miss full name,
Well,
please.
yes, that's kind of to be expected. I'm Theodora. It's nice to meet you, ma'am.
Just Theodora?
Oh, well, Theodora Lenore Killian, but I figured most people knew that.
Oh. Well, I was just checking. Can't be too cautious when it comes to things like this. As I said,
Yes, of
very
course.
very interesting situation we have here. I just want to make sure that everyone is who they say they are.
Oh, would Miss Theodora's family have some sort of expertise in these circumstances?
Well, I'm sure you've read your letter of summons, and all of you did receive a letter of summons that gave you basically the mission brief I've gave you as players. There's a fucking guy named Steingrimmer out there telling people's pasts. You gotta get him. But she looks at Faustine and she says, "Oh, well, one would assume that a man with the name of Theodora's family's personal patron would have some connection there."
Well, yes, I meant in terms of like their specific talents and skills.
Talents and skills.
The family connection is, as you say, incredibly obvious.
Well, to be honest, we didn't ask for anyone specifically, though I assume Theodora has talent with a bow. She looks at Theodora expectantly.
Theodora nods vigorously. That is the one thing she can say yes to.
Out of character. No, I'm just carrying this around for fun.
The weight of family expectation. She just kind of like nods and she says, "Excellent, excellent. Well, obviously you'll be getting the full breakdown when we go inside, but well, things could turn nasty, so we definitely want experienced fighters on our hands." And then she looks at Temperance and she says, "You seem awfully relaxed."
Just kind of stares at her for a moment and clears her throat. "I don't see anything out of the usual I ought to be not relaxed about. Another day, another job."
Anthea's gonna look at you for like a moment of just like stony silence before smiling, saying, I think that's the kind of practicality we really need in these trying times.
Sure.
Just try not to get dirt on any of the food. Anyways, your skill with a blade.
Faustine sips her tea and just watches them converse.
Your skill with a blade. I saw among your things. I hope you don't mind me taking a quick peek at all your stuff just to make sure, everything's in good order. But I saw quite the sword. You're skilled with it?
Indeed. I can demonstrate if you would like.
Perhaps later. This is a bit of a tight space. She gestures to the wide room full of rich people stuff. And then she just kind of like, I'm gonna not look at you anymore, weird lady. And she looks to Honora and she says, now you I have heard of. How's your brother?
Oh, that would come as no surprise. Sorry. Though, sorry, out of character. Sorry, takes me a minute.
No, it's okay.
Though I must admit, your name does not come to mind, my lady.
Oh, well, that would not surprise me. I don't have the same family blessings as all of you. I'm just a mere well, I guess you could say I married in. Not that my talents are anything to sneeze at, if I do say so myself. But Anthea, you can call me. Just Anthea, for now. I prefer not to hand out my name to, no offense, mostly strangers.
That's well and good.
I'm sure we'll all get to know each other well in due time. I'm almost positive I'm coming with you where you're going. Somebody needs to, hold the fort down, so... The moving fort, I should say.
You're accompanying us on our quest, my lady?
Well, we can't just let 4 random people wander around on their own. I'm the one with all the information.
Of course.
If I might ask, what sort of expertise do you have?
Oh, well, I suppose you could call me a bit of a, tactician? Perhaps?
Oh, well, then I'm delighted to have you along. We could always use more people who are skilled in the art of war.
Oh, definitely.
Indeed.
I would hate to send you all out there alone with no instruction. I've received my own personal briefing from, Lord Normanth, so... Not that I'll leave you alone in there with him, either. He's a rather intimidating man.
So
Thea
I've heard.
more nervous.
She takes another long sip of her tea, and she's, like, tapping her foot a little bit. She's clearly, she's waiting.
Mm-hmm.
She's very bored. She's waiting. She kind of looks at you all and says, so, now that, introductions are done, why don't you tell me about yourselves? What have you been up to lately? What are your plans? What have we called you away from with this mission?
You have you haven't interrupted much of my personal schedule. I dedicate most of my time to serving the Empire.
The Empire. Excellent. That's what I like to hear.
Mhm.
You know, the Empress herself was at my own birthday party a mere couple months ago. She's a very
Oh.
striking woman.
Indeed she is. And Honora takes a long sip of her tea after that.
Lesbian.
Faustine glances at her from over the rim of her teacup and is just like...
Honora refuses to make eye contact.
Do you want to make an insight check, or are you just vibing it out?
I would like to make an insight check, please.
Yeah, you guys can make checks. You guys can make checks on anything, by the way.
So,
Feel free.
remind me, because this is a system I have not played before.
Yes.
Do I roll a d20 and then add my proficiency bonus, which is modifier plus whatever?
Are you proficient in insight?
I am.
Okay,
Wow.
yeah, d20, the proficiency bonus, and then also your modifier for that stat.
Okay, that is actually
How do we know the
0.
proficiency bonus?
It should be +4 -6 for
Mhm.
positives and
Yeah, I think it's
negatives.
Yeah,
based
because I
on
went
Oh,
the
okay.
ahead and I wrote it
yeah.
out for my proficiencies, so I know that insight is just straight up +4 because I actually don't have quite enough wisdom to have a positive modifier,
Mm-hmm.
but it's not negative. So let me roll this. I swear I'm rolling it. I have a large like desk mat that I keep my keyboard and stuff on, so it muffles.
It's okay. I believe you.
That was a 16 plus 4, 20.
20.
Ooh.
She's taking an awfully long drink for someone who, doesn't have #feelings.
Hmm.
Suspicious.
Faustine smiles, notes this away.
Um,
Delightful.
Anthea, meanwhile, is just like, wow, she's so loyal. Hashtag.
Slay.
Slay.
Great question, because I like to write notes during games, at least for the broad strokes. Does Anthea spell her name?
Oh, I can spell it for you.
Thia?
Anthea.
Okay, that's how I was assuming,
Anthea.
and I just wanted to double check because I was like, wait a minute. I've assumed wrong plenty of times.
Mhm.
Thank you.
She pulls out a small fan from one of her pockets and she begins just fanning herself. Despite the cool temperature of the room, it is January.
Oh, that's
Mhm.
lovely. Where did you get that?
Oh, from the capital. My mother-in-law bought it for me.
Oh, that's so lovely.
It's quite durable. I've thrown it at many a head, and then she makes kind of a throwing motion before laughing to herself and continuing to fan.
Oh,
it doubles as a
multi-purpose
weapon?
too. That's fantastic.
I was joking, but yes, I suppose I could do quite a bit of damage with this.
And Nora looks a tad disappointed upon hearing it was a joke and not an actual weapon.
Oh, poor Nora. She just kind of sits back in her chair a little bit. She grabs a cookie, she eats it, but then she just kind of like thinks for a minute. She says, well, quite a season to have such a patrol like this go on. The situation isn't exceedingly dire, as far as I've been told, but well, this is really the only time I could get the required personnel down here.
True.
So
I'd rather handle it this time of year than God. Could you imagine doing this kind of work in the muggy spring when
ugh,
it's starting to get warm and it's humid? Ugh,
disgusting.
absolutely disgusting.
It'll be easier to perhaps find disguises if we are all dressed in long clothing as well.
Will we have
Very
to
true.
do much
Very
sneaking
true.
then?
Oh, I assume we'll find out when we get inside that big room, but I might consider it as a course of action. Ugh.
It's quite good then that we have at least one person who's capable of fighting from a long distance. Isn't that right, Theodora?
Theodora again jumps a little bit because she didn't expect to be part of this conversation.
Stop talking to me!
But as soon as she gathers exactly what was said, she said, "Oh, yes, yes, of course. Any arrows that you need, I guess."
Perfect.
You must be quite eager to go hunt down a man who would dishonor your family. So
Get rid of this lady.
Oh, yeah. I don't know anything about him, so I guess we'll see exactly what kind of trouble he's causing.
Kind of trouble
Well,
he's causing. That's a
well, the
entire laundry list.
well, the fact that he would use your patron's name so flagrantly—that should be more than enough.
Oh, yes, that's true. I guess I assumed maybe he must be related to my family somehow, but
Mm,
I hope not.
I hope the same.
Well, not to fear. If he is related and you do, gods forbid, know him, we do have the authority to arrest, so we don't have to kill him. We might choose to, but we don't have to.
Duly noted.
Anyways, how's that
The best.
Oh, no, you go.
Oh, I just said that's probably for the best.
Besides, depending on the circumstances, the actions that you take in the name of your family can elevate yourself above any negative repercussions that he could have upon your family. Personal efforts like that really do make a difference, I find.
That's very true.
Yeah.
We'll
So
all
don't
go
worry.
home
We're
heroes.
here to help you.
Anyways, have you guys? Wow, that's so casual, Sam. Be like, gear brain, activate.
Hold on, I gotta shift into Anthea mode.
Have you ladies heard anything regarding the troubles to the north regarding the border?
Well,
Can we
oh,
roll
no,
for
no.
Of
this?
course
have
you can
we?
roll for that. That's a history check, besties.
You're on
Yeah.
it.
Dangles
Chad,
my bait
Oh,
before
that's
you.
so sad.
I got a
I'll go ahead and roll history as well.
23.
Holy shit.
Yeah,
3.
I'm proficient.
I
Oh,
don't
Theodora.
have a proficiency in history, but I rolled middling, so I have a 15 total.
15. And how is Temperance doing on History Land? Or did she not roll?
She rolled history. So if I don't have a proficiency, I just add the mod and
Yep,
that's it.
just the mod.
Okay, that's on 11.
11? Okay, if you got higher than 11, you are aware that there are border disputes with the neighboring kingdom of Finbar up in the snowy regions of the continent.
Yeah, of
Apparently,
course
they've
there
been nibbling at the no man's land up there that nobody wants because it's super fucking cold. But still, Jormungand doesn't like that. And those who got higher than I'm gonna say 15, know that there have been some actual, like, fighting up there recently. Like, not large scale, not war, but definitely not a sign
Some
for good.
skirmishes.
No, you can go.
Yes, I've heard word of the scuffles with Finbar of late. They're getting uppity, as it were.
They certainly are.
I was up there a few months ago. I did not realize that things had gotten so serious with Finbar.
Oh,
Last
well.
I checked, they just had bandit problems, which my company took care of. Kind of cracks one of her knuckles as she says that.
Holy shit. Very,
Yes, well-
that's quite good of you, Temperance. I'm glad we have someone with your, specific set of skills on our side, she says, looking at your cracked knuckle like, holy shit. Girl,
Yes,
ow.
though. Finbar has been straying a bit too far out of their reach, I would say.
It's not like they can cross the desert easily, and I doubt they would even try to test any, borders that matter. So, I'm not
They
too
would be
worried,
wise
but
not to.
gods, it would be preferable if they all died in the snow, wouldn't it?
Indeed. Another sip.
She kind of like twirls her hair with like a kind of disgruntled look on her face before taking another cookie.
Is this wait unusual for Lord Normonth?
What's up? Sorry, I totally didn't hear you. Me, Sam.
Nora asks her after looking over her cup, is this wait unusual for Lord Normanth?
Oh, no, I'm sure he's still setting up. He's not exactly an early riser. I don't think he's ever been. I wouldn't be surprised if he's only gotten to the point of getting dressed at this point. But,
Let's see.
There's nothing nobility likes more than having other people wait around on them.
Well, we wait on him, and I'm sure eventually he'll wait on us to return with good news. So, it pays around. But it's not like we have to wait in a dark, cold corridor somewhere. Please eat, drink. I'll have a maid refill your cups, and she motions for one of the maids.
My thanks.
The maid comes around with the tea kettle, slowly filling everyone's cup. And as she turns around to leave, she trips.
Oh, no.
Can everyone please make a speed check?
Oh boy.
Sure.
Okay.
So that's just
Speed.
a d20 plus
That's a d20
mod.
plus your speed modifier, or minus if it's
I-
negative.
I
Fuck,
got a
that's a 6.
15.
16. Actually, that
Also
kind of
15.
like slid off of my book. So let me roll that again.
Mhm.
7. So
7.
no, it got worse.
A Nora Theodora tie-in.
Okay.
Yeah.
The maid, with a loud squeal of, anguish, trips on the very, intricately tied rug. It's not like a normal rug. It's like fancy and woven and shit. Promptly launching the kettle directly into the middle of the couch, where it explodes all over Faustine and Temperance. Everyone, and I forgot to say, it goes across the table too. It hits Enora as well. Or not Enora, Anthea. Christ, that's gonna be
Oh.
confusing, huh? We're gonna have to deal with that.
Sorry.
It hits Anthea as well, who promptly jumps up, a deep frown on her face. She says, "Oh, gods damn it." Ugh.
Temperance also immediately stands up, kind of just like looks down at herself in frustration, and then looks at Anthea and says, "Will we be a few minutes? I would like to step outside."
Oh, yes, definitely. I assume we'll have at least an hour. I need to go get changed, and I need to give somebody a strict talking to. She says, looking at the maid, who peels herself off the rug, her eyes like mildly watery behind thick glasses.
Oh no.
Faustine, I'm going to say that Faustine's speed roll was she reacted not to get out of the way of the tea, but on the instinct of, oh no, my book, and held it out of the way. So the book is completely tea free, but she has been splashed heavily with this hot tea and is like, takes a very deep breath, exhales slowly, and says, would you perhaps have somewhere that I could clean up?
All of your quarters, of course, have their own personal restrooms and such, so I recommend perhaps getting new clothes. I am going to be doing the same thing. Let's not wait around here if we don't need to. You're welcome to look around the fortress if you like. Just stay in this wing. Try not to wander too far. And perhaps stay as a group so that you don't get, unnecessarily badgered by guards. She then promptly storms across the room, grabs the maid by like the fluffy part of her dress, like the sleeve,
Oh no.
drags her out, leaving you four in silence.
Faustine looks down at her dress, kind of plucks at a wet spot, and is just like, God damn it. All right, I'm going to go wash. You heard her, and storms
Mhm.
out.
Okay. What's everybody else doing?
Temperance, who looks like she might just cry,
Oh no.
Oh
kind
no.
of just like power stomps out of the room into the hallway outside, and then you just hear like repeated like light clanging.
Okay.
Nora kind of looks over at Theodora now that they're the only
Yeah.
two members of the party.
Theodora looks like a deer in the headlights. But she's like, she said we should stay together. So
I have no issue with this. I was just going to say I'm lucky we didn't get struck, aren't we?
oh yes,
She's
of course.
attempting normal conversation.
Yeah. Yeah, that would have been awful to clean off of armor.
Oh yes. And I would have had.
Rest.
I would have had to. I would have had to go to my quarters for sure. I simply cannot stand having my armor in any sort of disarray.
Oh, that's totally fair. I don't think anyone would like their armor out of place.
Presentation is very important, wouldn't you agree? Especially when you're
Oh.
serving your empire.
Yes, of
It's
course.
so like tangible.
Staring her down.
Do you want to like roll insight to see if she can tell that that is
Yes.
absolutely not what Theodora was thinking of?
Yeah. Let me roll. Insight. I'm negative in insight. So that's a 6.
Okay,
That's
no,
a
she's all she sees is Theodora agreeing. Theodora in her head is like, I just didn't want to be uncomfortable in my pieces of metal strapped to my body.
Mhm.
Um,
Do you want to stay here, or do you want to do as Lady Anthea suggested? Explore a bit.
oh, I suppose we should go see the quarters with everyone else since she did say stay together.
Mm-hmm.
Theodora
Mhm.
Theodora finally releases her death grip on her teacup and sets it down on the table before standing up.
Honora stands up in like one swift motion, putting her teacup next to hers. The quarters you said?
All right.
Yes. That's it.
Okay.
That's
Alright,
down the
to the
hall in some
quarters.
capacity. There's
Yes.
like a hallway.
As Honora and Theodora exit the parlor, I assume we find Temperance clanging. What is Temperance doing?
You step out to find Temperance using every bit of self-control she can to, I'm gonna just say that there's like a suit of armor in the hallway because it's a medieval friggin' castle.
Yes, and it
of course-
contains a guy.
Oh,
He's called
is
Guard.
there like, is there some kind of large metal or stone object that's
Sure, yeah, there's
there?
there's probably like decorative helms
or
and
like
stuff.
a pillar or something?
There's definitely pillars, yeah.
She's found something with some degree of substantial heft to it and is standing there quickly doing like various sword forms with the flat side of the sword against it, like really quickly, clearly using immense amounts of restraint to not outright just smack the thing. And just with each strike is muttering, "For waste of fucking shouldn't have got, should have just stayed up and no." Oh,
And next to
he looks
Temperance
at you.
is a distraught-looking
She kinda-
guard.
and
His
kind of
hands
looks
are
at
up.
everyone else around her and just has this like sheepish look. Sheathes the
Sheathes.
sword
Yeah.
again. She sheathes the sword.
On the
Say
seashore.
that, yeah, by the seashore. And just kind of gives this like scowly look, like a cat that's been caught doing something it's not supposed to, and huffs back to her room and kind of closes the door, not quite with a slam, but with some more force than one typically does.
Well, that was quite a show.
She seems like a really talented mercenary.
Is that what we're going to call that? All
Well,
right.
she was good at the sword.
Yeah, she was. Can I see like how's this thing looking that Temperance is beating the shit out of?
Strength check for Temperance.
Strength check.
Yeah.
All right. That is a 27.
Despite
Oh,
Temperance's best efforts to hold herself back, this column is now significantly more chipped than its compatriots up and down the hall.
No. Honora kind of like
Oops.
she looks at the guard who's watching all that happen. You won't be punished for this, will you?
The guard just kind of looks at you and he says, I didn't know what to do. I don't know who that is. I told her to stop, but she wouldn't.
No, that's understandable. I would assume it's not amongst your daily duties to stop house guests from destroying the architecture.
Is she do we need to should I call someone?
No, she's a part of our summons. Um,
Well, tell her that the training yard is downstairs. They got dummies down there.
of course. Is there can I roll to see if there's anything else of like note in this hall?
Sure.
All right, insight or
You can do perception. It's just a classic
right.
perception check.
I would also like to look.
You would like to perceive. We are
we are
looking.
rolling. We are rolling to look. Where's perception? Oh, okay. I don't have anything to that. Okay. So my wisdom modifier. Ah, yes, that's an 11.
21.
20. Honora, you
Theodora's fucking looking.
Yeah.
Honora, you take a moment to observe the actually pretty breathtaking view out the windows between the columns. This fortress is sort of built into the side of the mountain range, Hell's Fingers, on the Jormungand side, obviously. So it looks out over the great forests and plains of the country. You see mostly farmland. It's not quite covered in snow. You're a little bit too south for that. You're in Killian territory. But you could still see like the divides where the farmland is like, cut up by little lines of trees, and it is very, very pretty. You don't notice shit other than that though. You're like, wow, outside.
Wow,
Theodora, you immediately, after observing this poor column and the poor man standing beside it, you take note that this is, in fact, the guest quarters hallway. You were in the parlor of the guest quarters. So you see all these wooden doors lined up. There's a couple of them. You see your own door. It's been left partially ajar. There's still like a butler and a maid moving some of your things in there. Question: are you guys heavy travelers or travel light? What's the vibe?
Honora travels light. She's a soldier, very practical.
Okay.
Only what you need.
Okay, wait. I should clarify. Travels light, commoner. Travels light, noble.
Noble, I'd say.
Okay, so travel heavy, commoner. Theodora, how does Theodora unpack?
I think Theodora probably travels pretty light even for a because she didn't really have status.
Mm-hmm. So they're probably still hauling your last couple bags of like, I assume she brought like nicer set of clothes in case of, events and stuff, as is expected of most nobles. So they're probably still like, checking to make sure it goes in the right room, etc., etc. So you can see your room, you can see Honora's right next door, you can see Temperance's room, and you can see Faustine's room. And then you can see a couple more rooms at the end. You're not quite sure who's living in those, but they're all locked, and one of them is guarded. So somebody else is hanging out in this wing of the house. Faustine, are you in your room currently?
Faustine is in fact in her room. She immediately went back to her room, and set to cleaning up and changing with a very foul air around her because, god damn it, this was a very nice dress. And if this tea stains this fabric, then she is going to be absolutely pissed.
As you're moving around the room getting ready, the rest of you have already kind of peeked into your room, so you'd be aware of this as well. But all the guest rooms kind of have the same configuration. Hold on, I gotta scroll down. I got a document. So all the rooms kind of have the same configuration. There's a big queen size bed in the middle, enough for 2 people, but this is the noble wing of the guest housing. So they're expecting everyone to get their own big bed. There's a big dresser, a vanity. There's like each room has a closet and a bathroom, and then there's like pretty lavish window seat sort of arrangement with pillows and stuff for you to look out over the other half of the mountain, which is just kind of like the divot. It's the hallway you're in is kind of like a bridge leading from one part of the fortress to the other. not at all like the image. Ignore this. This was the only free one that I like. But yeah, so you can see kind of like the crevasse on the other side through your personal room windows. But yeah, so Faustine is in her room. Temperance, where did you go?
In the time it took them to look around, Temperance has already popped into her room and then returned, wearing more or less the same thing, but clearly has at least changed some outer layers, like cleaned herself up a bit, and she kind of like wipes off one corner of an eye with her sleeve, and then kind of tentatively steps back out into the hall and looks at the other two, and somewhat meekly says, "Hey, sorry about that. Uh,
Mm. The guard by the pillar wished just to inform you that the training hall, she like gestures to where he had told her previously. Lord knows the player Tiamat does not remember, but Honora does.
The direction was down.
Was the training grounds are over there for the future, Lady Temperance.
thanks." And I suppose that we're going to be working together. You could just call me Temperance. It the formality doesn't it. I prefer not with the titles. I understand that this is a fancier place, and I apologize again. I'm not the most comfortable here. It's been a long time since I've been somewhere like this. Memories and all that, but I'm just eager to be out in the field again.
Could I roll insight on Temperance for that, or?
Hell yeah.
All right.
You don't have to ask. Say,
I
I'm
wanna
rolling
try
insight.
too. It's gonna suck, but I wanna try.
I got a 7. Frowny face.
Wait.
Honora,
Oh no, yeah,
it's
that's right.
people at face
Insight was
value.
negative. Okay.
Oh
8.
no,
Do any of us have good insight? 'Cause
I do,
Temperance's
but I'm
insight
not
is
here.
I mean,
Yeah,
you're welcome to
Temperance's
pop out of
insight
your
is
room at any
also-
time. They're right in the hall. You could probably hear them through the door.
Mm.
Yeah, you guys
I
don't
actually
insight
zoned-
much.
I just zoned out a bit. What are we inciting anyway?
Temperance.
Yeah.
Oh, her behavior.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Temperance is whack shit.
Yeah. Alright.
Are you inciting or are you?
No.
Okay. As you guys are.
Oh, I was just gonna say word. Theodora, upon seeing that Temperance has at least a little bit that she's like uncomfortable with this place, is like, oh, a kindred spirit. and is like, oh, it's totally all right. I get what you mean. It's super stiff here, right? But if you needed any help getting the tea out of your clothes, I think I wrote down a trick for that. I kind of have spilled stuff before and stuff, and it's super embarrassing. So if you need any help with that, just like let me know. And then she starts like going through her pockets looking for presumably wherever she wrote down what that was.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. I have it handled.
Hmm.
I know how to get stuff out of my clothes. I was shown that by my brother. Then kind of pauses again and kind of snaps her mouth shut like, okay, that's enough
Yeah.
talking.
Yeah.
You have a brother
Oh.
as well?
Yeah. He's I haven't seen him in a long time though.
Mm. I am sorry to hear that. It can be a shame when family drifts apart.
Yeah. I mean, drift isn't the word for it, but yeah. He's out there somewhere, fighting. So he's quite good at it. I assume he's been promoted.
Oh,
he a
is he a?
chief?
Oh,
You
thought
go,
the
you
same thought. You go.
No, Frankie.
Oh, is he a soldier or a mercenary?
A soldier, yeah. I don't want to talk about this right now.
Oh, that's okay. Sorry for bothering you about it.
Honora just kind of nods in agreement, but she didn't say anything.
As you guys are standing there chatting, the guard from before, now that Temperance has been calmed, approaches and he says, will you ladies be needing a guard as you
Um,
take your time, or would you like me to summon someone for you, or
I'm sure we're quite capable of being alone.
I see. I meant no offense. I just, let me just go back to my post. And he shuffles off.
Honor stares him down as he does.
Theodora in a little voice is like, do you guys know your way around here?
No.
Tells the guard to fuck off. I'm probably like, where go?
No, but
I mean,
it would.
it can't be that difficult. Most of these places are built more or less the same, right? See one rich person's castle, you've seen them all.
As
I
long
have
as
a
we
question.
remain.
Sam,
Yep.
how much would Faustine have been able to hear of this conversation if her door was closed?
They're right outside. Most of it.
Mhm.
Most, if not
Okay.
all. You can make a perception check if you
think-
like, but
As long as we
Sure.
stay.
I'll gamify it. I'll do a percentage.
yeah,
check.
let's game this
D20.
game.
Let's get those
Oh,
numbers
it
up in
fell off
here.
my desk.
Hell yeah.
Well, that
Okay.
will make it
Fell
difficult.
off my desk again. 4.
4? Okay, she was
Faustine can
way
just
too
hear them
focused on
talking.
running that thing underwater. That thing beneath the dress.
Faustine can hear them talking, has not absorbed a bit of the actual contents, but she can still hear them talking, and at this point opens the door and is like, are you three going to continue speaking in the hallway, or would you rather go into an actual room?
Well, we were waiting for you, my lady. We were told to travel as a group.
It wouldn't have been necessary if that maid hadn't so clumsily spilled that entire teapot everywhere. Good God. She's wearing a new dress now. It's similarly formal, but also, like, walkable. Nothing
Battle
that you would
mage.
see in a ballroom where the only things that the wearer would be expected to do would be to enter a room, maybe twirl around a little bit, sit down, and then leave again.
Go off.
With another pair of shoes, and her hair has now been sort of gathered into a sort of bun, and she's got most of a new face of makeup on, and she's just missing like one or two things, and just kind of looks at them just like, well, I suppose I did miss that because I had to leave to clean up.
Well, you
I had
seem
tea
to have
spilled on me.
you seem to have recovered quite well.
Well, thank you.
Theodora is just staring. That's so fancy.
Faustine does look at Temperance and she says, I do hope your clothes weren't damaged by the tea, were they?
No, everything's fine.
Good.
I had a
good.
second pair.
Of course. Well, I believe I've managed to save my dress. It will take quite a while to dry out, of course, but the stains didn't set in, and that's all that matters. Give me one moment, and I'll join you. And she retreats back into the room so she can finish applying lipstick and touch up her blush before she exits again with her bag and with her book in hand.
Mm-hmm.
So where exactly are we going to, in any case?
Honor turns to
Surely.
Theodora.
Surely, since you three have already gathered, you know where we're going.
Perhaps you have an idea.
As you guys gather in a circle, you hear a loud yelp from the room, the parlor where you exited.
Oh, Honora quickly begins making her way.
Yeah, Theodora's following her.
As you enter the room, you see a teary-eyed, bespectacled maid sitting on the ground again, clearly having tripped over the same spot in the rug. This time with cleaning supplies in hand.
I would like
are
to
they-
help her up.
She grabs onto your hand, and mostly lets you do much of the heavy lifting, as she kind of like sways unsteadily on her feet. She says, "Thank you. I'm so
Faustine-
sorry."
Faustine looks at the room and says, I think that Lord Larmanth might consider replacing that rug.
Oh God, what have I done? And the couch. Oh.
It was
Kind
it
of an
was-
ugly couch anyway.
The maid, who has like, she's got like 4 braids, so she takes the front 2 and she kind of like yanks on them downwards, in what is clearly like a stress coping mechanism, and she just
What in the
stares at you, either unwilling or unable to voice her opinion on the status of the rug and couch.
If it's any reassurance, my mother has had maids. Honora realizes she's bad at this and just kind of pats her on the shoulder a little bit.
My mom has maids. Anyway.
Nora just kind of pats her on the shoulder a little reassuringly. I'm sure you'll be fine.
Oh, but I spilled all over those 2 fine ladies. I feel so bad.
Nora turns
Faustine
back to
says
the 2
nothing.
fine ladies.
She's just like, just sort of watches. She's near the back of the room, because in the back of the group, because Honora and Theodora, I think Theodora was it, rushed in first. But she just kind of stands there. She's just like,
Well,
thinks about her
Well-
dress.
you almost spilled on 2 of the 4 ladies.
And by far the least unpleasant thing I've had spilled on me this week.
She turns to you, and in a brief moment of clarity, she says, "Oh no, it's you guys! I'm so sorry!"
Were you? She not aware it was us this whole time?
She failed her memory check.
Oh god, roll for memory? Okay.
You can choose to roll for memory. I always do when it comes to matters of, it would be funny if they forgot.
Her stress caused her to forget that this is the same group.
But she pushes forwards, to Temperance, and she reaches out to grab her hand in both of hers. Grab your hand in both of hers, excuse me. And she says, "I'm so sorry for ruining your clothes. Please, let me have them. I can fix them, I promise."
Temperance is deeply uncomfortable with having her hands held in any or touched in any capacity in this manner. She just kind of looks and says, "It's really fine. I spent far less acquiring those clothes than it would take to clean them."
Faustine clears her throat and says, Dear, I think you should focus first on the couch.
Oh, you're so right. Oh my gosh, the stains are still there. Oh. Anyways, if any of you would like some of this leftover food, I think they're just gonna throw it out, so grab as much as you want. She gestures to the, plates full of, like, now cold food. Not that they were particularly warm in the first place, but, you know, fresh cookies are now not so fresh.
Hey Sam, can I ask a lore question?
Of course.
Do people in your little Fire Lamosa universe have toothbrushes?
Of course they do. They have toothbrushes and
Okay.
plumbing.
Oh, they have plumbing.
Toothbrushes and
I will
Like
not
indoor
I
plumbing.
will not allow you to shit in the woods unless you specifically ask.
Well, Temperance is
On it.
more of a wood shitting kind of person in general. but,
Okay, she has my permission.
But he just looks at the platter of now cold food, grabs it. You said they were like cookies, right?
Yeah, there's cookies and sandwiches and like the rest of the tea that was not on you, couch, floor, or Faustine.
Temper just leans down and grabs an entire cookie and like pops it into her mouth in one go, and then through her chewing goes to the maid. If you take a toothbrush with some lye on it and just really scrub away at that, it should come right out.
Toothbrush. Oh, will a regular brush work, or does it have to be for teeth?
Anything with bristles.
Oh, excellent! I have a brush! Hold on! And then she sprints out of the room.
I'm surprised she didn't trip. Honora says that.
Hold on. 1 second.
So
Sorry, I'm making a
considerate
check.
of Temperance.
No,
You hear a loud thud in the hallway.
Justice for this maid.
You hear a loud
Faustine
thud in the hallway,
sighs
followed
and
by
pinches the
the
bridge of
guard
her
going,
nose.
ah! And then you hear the maid going, oh, excuse me! And then she clack 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 as her little maid shoes going down the hallway.
I stand corrected.
I think she should reconsider her line of work.
That might be wise.
Maybe something that has her seated the majority of the time.
You
Well,
guys are left alone. in
can't
the
be helped for
hallway.
some people. Anyway, are we really just going to sit in this room surrounded by the smell of cooling tea, or are we going to do something more interesting?
I have dice. You want to play a game?
You have dice on you?
Yeah, gambling dice.
What kind of
Gambling.
game?
Well, I learned something up in the camps up north. I think it's a good time if y'all have money on you.
Not for gambling.
Yes.
You're lost.
No, I think it's more my gain.
Or... Well, we were told to stay this way, and to stay as a group. I don't. Shall we depart? As Lady Faustine said, this is not a room I think any of us would rather linger in.
Well, the guard did tell us where I forgot the name of the term.
The training grounds?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
guard did tell us where the training hall is with the
I
striking.
suppose that's better than lingering here and waiting for that maid to trip on the rug a third time. Let's go.
Get ourselves warmed up.
Perhaps we'll find something on the way as well.
Theodora grabs a small sandwich before we leave.
One of the ones that Temperance has not already consumed.
Temperance. Temperance is
Assume
literally
anytime that she
me.
has not- If she hasn't been speaking in the past few minutes, it's because there was food entering.
I kind of expected Temperance to just pick up a tray, shove the entire contents into her bag, and then leave.
Just take the tray.
Take the tray with you.
They said she could.
Anyway, Faustine's not gonna wait for the others. She's like, training ground? Okay. And heads out of the room right then.
Theodora, like, oh no, we have to stick together.
Indeed.
Runs after Faustine.
All right. Faustine's at the head of the party. Faustine, traversal check.
Okay. How do I do that?
You roll a d20. It's a stat. I believe it's attached to strength. So then plus your modifier, and if you are proficient or not proficient, add that number.
I see it now. Oh boy, I have a modifier of -5.
That's so sad. I'm proficient at traversal. Let me go in front next time. A thing Theodora would never say.
Yeah.
I rolled a 1.
Faustine,
no.
you
What happened?
Faustine, you confidently march down the hallway and down a set of stairs. You're, just kind of feeling it out. And the room you end up at is definitely not the training hall. It smells like food down here, and you can see that there's maids, like, cooking. You're almost positive this is the kitchen.
Well, we know where this is now.
Perhaps you would like my directions next time.
You know? I'd like to think I can manage on my own. I just wanted to get a better feel for the layout of this place. But your offer is very considerate,
Hold
Honora.
on, I want to insight that.
Yeah, I do too.
I got a nat 20.
Oh, I gotta. That goes down to 0 with my mom.
Tell them what they
It's a
won!
It's a -3 with my
Epic
mom.
highs and lows of insight checks.
Yeah.
What did Theodora
Faustine
discover?
does not like being told that she's wrong.
Honora refuses to perceive you.
Nora doesn't even.
Theodora is very aware that you meant to go to the training hall.
Wait.
Yeah.
In the
But
time this conversation occurred, Temperance has gone a few feet over to a cabinet, rifled through it, and announced, "Oh, they have the good cheese."
As you're doing that, one of the chefs looks over and says, "Hey!"
we
Why
Kind of
don't
steps back and puts her hands up. All right. Okay.
Theodora,
What are you, some kind of thief?
why don't we now head to the training grounds now that we know where the kitchen is?
I'd like to make a sleight of hand check.
Okay, go ahead.
Temperance ain't leaving here without that damn cheese.
Am I good?
Yeah, go ahead.
That is a 13.
13, he's looking right fucking at you. He sees you raise your hand back towards the cheese, and he points his very long butcher's knife directly at your face.
Hey, Theodora, why don't you and I head to the training grounds now that we know where the kitchen is?
Honora.
Of course,
well,
Temperance and Honora can come along, but
oh.
Hey,
Honora
hey!
The Temperance.
The chef wiggles his knife and he says, "No, the thief stays here."
I'm not touching anything. We're leaving. We're leaving.
Honora like kind of gets a little bit in between them. We were summoned here by Lord Normanth. Perhaps you don't point knives at his guest.
Well, his guests
And
should
more
know better than to
importantly,
rifle through the cabinets. You don't know what's in there. Maybe mouse traps.
Honora,
I would agree with
Temperance,
that.
Theodora is going to take us to the training grounds now. Why don't we let them get back to their work?
Theodora looks like she's gonna implode.
It sounds wonderful. You agree, Temperance? She. Honora looks at her. Let's go, girl.
Faustine gives Theodora a light little pat on the back to try and encourage her to start walking.
Yeah, Theodora understands that. She will start walking in some direction.
Okay. As you leave, the chef lowers his knife and he says, "Even if you are here on somebody else's will, you better be in this kitchen with a guard next time I see you, because I don't want any sticky fingers in my fancy cheese."
Can do, sir.
Duly noted. Right, Temperance?
just kind of pouts a little. Fine.
Alright.
Next time he waves weapons at me, though, I break his wrist.
Alright, let's not.
Temperance, he's the chef of the man that hired us. Let's not get on his
indeed.
bad side by insulting his staff so flagrantly.
Yes, between this and the pillar, perhaps we just, you keep your head a little low.
If you want the cheese next time, simply ask for it.
I'm sure they'll bring it to you.
Like, my goodness, that's what they're here for.
Kind of.
If you circumvent the purpose of them being in this place to begin with, they're going to get insulted. Like, of course they will.
She looks at Faustine. Is it Faustine or Faustine?
I'm 95% sure
usually
it's
say
Faust.
Faustine.
Yeah, this
Faust.
is
I say
like the
Faustine
opera.
because Faust.
Yeah. He kind of looks at Faustine and once again has to look like she might cry.
Oh no.
No, okay, fine. Let's just go.
Faustine smiles encouragingly. Of course.
The character, is it cool if I run to the bathroom real
Oh yeah, we can take a 5-minute break.
Yeah.
Alright, you're right. Sorry. Had a lot of
His
water.
time.
As they're walking, and Nora's
Yeah.
like, oh, hold on, I gotta take
Hold on, I gotta pee. I'm gonna go too. I'll be back.
Yeah, I need a snack.
I'll take this moment to go rinse out this can. I'll be back in just a minute as well.
Staring into Claude Sire's eyes.
Also, before I go, this first session feels like the false sense of security the first few episodes of Madoka Magica lull you into before the shit starts.
Well, it's me. First piss break of the campaign.
Hello.
Hello.
Time to go beat up training dummies, perhaps.
Indeed.
Yes. Or any other rooms that we might
Mm-hmm.
stumble across. We should probably look for other rooms.
Mm-hmm. I think I did do proficiency and traversal.
Oh hell yeah, you're so good at walking.
I forgot Theodora's also got proficiency and support too. She can be helpful.
Mm,
Sam.
mm.
Hello.
I have a cookie in my mouth. Give me a minute.
This session
Cookie.
1 feels like the first 3 episodes of Madoka before the. Oh, by the way, this is a horror magical girl
horrors.
show.
Yeah.
Starts again.
We're so silly right now. Haha. Oh, look at Temperance trying to take cheese. Oh no. The horrors.
Temperance would try to take cheese in the face of the horrors too.
We get to like whatever horror Sam has got planned for us. Cut to Temperance in the background, just like trying to grab
Temperance is the horror, and the cheese is her target.
something. Oh my.
Yeah. Temperance at 3 a.m. looking for shredded cheese.
She's just like me, for real, as I've been saying. Hanukkah, are you playing me?
No. Although that's kind of funny, but no.
Yeah.
That'd be such a flex!
Yeah.
They show up
So
with a
is it-
character that's
Is
just
it one of
ham.
the fancy cheeses like Monterey Jack?
Oh, I
Some
like shredded
brie.
mozzarella.
Is
Shredded
Monterey
mozzarella
a
is good for
place in
eating.
your
No,
thunder?
I'm thinking about
Could
a
be.
thread that has become like Iranian yogurt level meme on Emma
Oh,
lately
God.
about a lady who was having a budget, had like a strict budget for her wedding because they ended up inviting way more people than they originally planned for.
Yeah.
So the quote unquote fancy cake for their photos was for immediate family and the pastor, excluding actually the pastor because he's vegan and pretty much the only thing he could eat at this wedding was the cake.
Oof.
And the cakes that they got were vanilla with buttercream and then chocolate and pineapple
Fucked up.
for the groom side of the family because they're from Florida. Because that's apparent. According to OP, that's a Florida thing. But there was a mention in there about how they were like, people shouldn't have been complaining about the cake because otherwise, like, the food was good, and mentioned, by the way, there was a full dinner, 3 kinds of cheese, even Monterey Jack available. Like,
Oh.
dear God, OP, please tell us what the other 2 kinds of cheese were that you had available.
Cheddar.
Monterey
and
Jack is
Swiss.
fancy
Not
enough to
even
merit
sharp
being-
cheddar. Weak, mild
Mm.
baby cheddar. All right,
Ugh.
let's
I love sharp cheddar.
bring it back. Let's bring it back. 5-minute break is over. It's not been 5 minutes.
Take it back now, y'all.
Take it back now, y'all. One hop this time. Yeah, when I say 5-minute break, that actually
So-called.
means time it takes for Sam to piss and get a cookie break.
All right.
So-called
Noted.
free thinkers when the cha-cha slide comes on.
Yes. All right, where were we? Temperance was being dragged away from cheese.
Yeah.
All right, who's
And
at the front of the
Faustine
party
was like,
now?
oh, it's okay.
Theodora.
Theodora, would you
Unfortunately.
like to try to find the training ground with a traversal check?
Yes. Yes.
Go, girl, go.
Okay, hold on. 15.
15? You
Mhm.
probably take a couple more left turns that is necessary.
Necessary?
Whoa,
Necessary.
holy shit.
Necessity?
Sussy. Then is necessary. But you do eventually arrive at what appears to be an indoor training ground with, again, big windows that look out onto the scenic Jormungand countryside. Inside this room, it's a big empty space in the middle as you'd expect. And there's a training dummy kind of like propped up against the wall. But other than that, it's mostly empty. You find some like wooden weapons, clearly all well used. And there doesn't seem to be anyone around aside from a single guard posted at the doorway who like bows as you enter.
Have we been carrying our weapons around? Just
Yeah, probably.
curious.
Unless
Okay.
otherwise specified.
I wasn't sure if they would take them off of us or anything.
Unless otherwise specified, yes.
Okay.
Temperance was beating the shit out of a column, so.
Faustine pats Theodora a couple of times on the shoulder and smiles.
Aw. Theodora looks absolutely thrilled. She did it right.
Yeah. I would like to perceive this room.
Sure, yeah. Is there any specific
Alright.
you're looking for, or just in general?
Anything maybe just in general.
Just
Just
in
in
general?
general.
Okay.
Alright. That is a 15.
15. The sand is rather patted down, as if it hasn't been used recently. And of your knowledge of the area, this is not a part of the country that is currently even close to going at war. The problems are on the complete other side of the border, and Jormungand is large. It's the big central power in the center of the continent. So this is a nice, quaint little fort that doesn't see a lot of action. The only people who train here probably are guards, and even then, this is a sad little indoor training room. There's a hole outside that you can see from the training room. Why would you be in here? But it's very neat. It's very well put together. Aside from that one very, very sad looking dummy who literally just looks like blood against the wall, as if it had somehow passed out. But other than that, it is relatively it's a normal training ground. You've seen them, dime a dozen. A little bit on the small side, but
Temperance is gonna immediately like stride over and grab one of the wooden training weapons and kind of like flip it up in the air a little and then catch it again and then look back and anyone want to spar?
No, thank
Well,
you.
That's
And
so cool,
Faustine's
but
going to find somewhere to sit down.
there are wooden benches meant for like new recruits on the side that are creaky and not entirely comfortable, but flat. Which is what really matters when you're looking for somewhere to sit.
yeah. Honora walks over and finds herself a training weapon. Well, if you're offering.
All right.
Okay, so for those uninitiated, how training works. So you can train other characters in your party, or out of your party, in stats, and their stats will improve if you succeed. So, what you can do is, for example, if Honora wants to train Temperance in Strength, that's just a random pair up. Honora would have, you would both have to make a Strength roll, and if Temperance's Strength roll is below Honora's, you both get +1 to your Strength permanently. That's something you just add to your stat. You cannot train in, you know, you can't spam training. You can only really do it once, per, I'm gonna say, a couple hours in game. But if you would like to train, and you could train in any stat really, it just depends, who's talking to who. But yeah, the learner has to roll lower than the learnee, if that makes sense.
The student
Yes.
Yes.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
Fuck you, for real,
or
for
the
real.
teacher.
Teacher.
The learner is the one who learns the thing, which means that the other person is the teacher.
Don't look into the
The
fact
teacher
that I'm a
must roll
teacher.
All right. You want to? I guess you want to do that, Annika? Little strength
Do a
training.
little strength sparring. Yeah.
All right.
What's your strength mod, by the way? Is that am I allowed to ask that? Like,
Yeah,
or-
Yeah. It's
everyone
public.
can access everyone else's sheets.
yeah,
My strength modifier's +5.
mine's +7.
Oh,
Oh shit.
maybe you teach me then.
Yeah, Temperance did start by asking if anyone wanted to train.
Yeah.
so.
All right. We do a little trainee.
All right,
Baba booey.
gonna kind of step up and adopt a stance that kind of looks like the way someone would stand if they're going to sword fight, but like to the left a little bit. So we both just rolling at our mod.
Yep.
Yep. I got a 17.
Damn, that's a 16.
Oh.
Honora, you barely managed to best Temperance in
Proficiencies
the
don't
battle that
affect
includes-
this in any way, right?
Well, it's strength, so yeah. It's just a
Okay.
strength. It's just a strength roll. But Honora, you do end up winning the spar. So you don't really learn anything per se aside from the fact that Temperance fighting style is a little bit strange, a little bit quirky. If Temperance would like to describe it.
Yeah, when the spar begins, she immediately, like, releases, like, this short flurry of strikes, just kind of all over the place in a way that's kind of clearly meant to overwhelm the other person, and just immediately starts, like, walking directly at you, like, with force.
So like a JoJo character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say
Menacing.
then the spar probably went as, I mean, it was a barely a win on her part, but she probably spent a good majority of the spar backing up and just deflecting her blows until she finally found an opening to get a hit on her.
Well,
Your-
Theodora in the corner is clapping. She was just watching.
Your swordplay is unusual to me. Where'd you learn it? If you don't mind my asking,
Here and there.
of course.
A lot of it's from my brother. He showed me how to. Yeah. You're very
Theodora.
skilled, by the way.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Your brother taught you then?
Yes. Yeah.
That must have been nice. I found my brother did not do the same. More of a book learner.
Don't get me wrong. He's also very, very intelligent.
Well, that's good. Balance is always important.
He's a wonderful person. And yeah, no, he's great. I miss him.
May you reunite with him soon.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was not supposed to be an
Cackle from
evil.
Sam.
That was not supposed to be an evil laugh regarding the conversation. I noticed I have Sprite.
Cheers.
What a delightful idea. Why don't we train together?
Oh, with what?
Oh, you have your bow. Faustine removes a different book from her bag. I have my own weapon.
You you really want me to shoot a bow at you?
Oh, I can take care of myself.
Well, if you're sure.
Because my thought specifically is that if there's anything that you want from Faustine, if you're like, oh man, I want more resistance or something than that, but otherwise I would be like, oh yeah, I want more
Yeah.
speed.
Okay. Yeah, Theodore has 17 speed. Other
Yeah,
suggestion would be a skill, so whichever you would prefer.
speed.
Okay. Yeah.
I was like, give me.
Are
I
do
want to
they
go
do they
fast.
have like a training bow in here? Because she should not use a longbow inside.
They have like little dinky wooden bows where the arrows
Yeah.
have like a big soft thing on the end. It's
Yeah.
kind of like a cotton ball.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause
Theodora picks up a
the way I could imagine trying to train with one person being a mage is like you're firing and trying to hit each other's
yeah.
attacks like out of the air effectively.
Yeah. That sounds safer.
They
Theodora would be much
have
more
like little
partial to that.
tiny they do have like little dinky wood tomes or not wood,
Yeah.
Christ. Wind tomes that would like barely scratch
Training tomes.
someone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And of course she would use that too as soon as this pointed
Yeah.
out to her.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
Well, we'll clear out the battlefield, I assume, or the training area.
Yeah.
no, Temperance stands in the middle like
I
Making
am
me
No,
move.
obstacles.
She goes to the side and leans against the wall and watches with interest.
Mhm.
so we can't train like for one getting one stat and one person getting the other
No,
stat,
you gotta
right?
train for the same
No.
thing.
That's okay.
Okay.
Yeah. We can do speed. Speed is always useful.
Yeah.
It never
So we
hurts
just
to
roll
be
we
faster
both
than
just
someone
roll a
else.
d20.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. And
Uh-oh.
14.
7.
Okay. So
Sorry.
you managed to put on quite the show. However, this room is not particularly large, so any effects of good speed, such as the ability to move great distances, are slightly muted by the fact that it's like a 20 by 20 room.
Oh
Mhm.
well.
You do manage to explode one of the dummy's legs though during your fight,
Oh.
so that's fun.
Who does?
I'm gonna say that Faustine does because she's
Yeah,
faster.
you have the explodey thing.
It would be kind of funny if it like you managed
Yeah.
to hit it with the training arrow just in the right
Boom!
spot. Then
No.
you like hit the structural weakness of it.
Yeah, there's straw all over the dirt now.
Faustine just kind of brushes a little bit of dust off of the hem of her dress and is like, "That felt quite productive."
Yeah. I think I like my bow better. though.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I would agree. I think I like my tone better than this one.
Mm.
Training weapons.
Yeah, agreed. Anyway, we've been waiting quite a long time. Is Lord Normanth ready yet?
It's been like an hour. Just
It wouldn't.
It's like
just
no,
like for
that- yeah,
timescale.
yeah, she's still just like, is he ready yet? Like that. It's
Well-
been an hour. Yeah, she's still like, oh god, we've been waiting forever.
One
Lady
of
Anthea.
the guard next to the door kind of clears his throat a little bit and he's like, "Do you want me to send for someone for you, ma'am?"
No, I wouldn't want to impose.
He bows
She'll
his head.
out of
Just
character.
ask.
She'll just seethe a little bit because it's less unsightly.
Yeah. Lady Anthea did tell us Lord Normeth is a late riser, and if he was only getting dressed when we last left,
Mm.
it would probably be a while. Perhaps it would do to go check out to the other offerings the wing has.
I suppose, and I guess that would make sense if his duties lead him to being awake to the wee hours of the night, really burning the candle at both ends. It would make sense that he would be waking up later in the day. Still, it's a shame that his schedule is so incompatible with ours.
Well,
But still, we persist.
Or he's just a noble and doesn't want to get up early.
I think we would all do well to treat the Lord of the Manor with a little more respect. She kind of looks between the two of you. We are in a more important rich man's home.
Faustine just kind of looks placidly back at her like, I didn't say anything rude. I said that his schedule isn't the same as ours. Anyway, yes. if we're to be confined to this wing, I'd rather not spend the rest of my waiting time in here. It smells like barn.
Oh, I thought the breeze was nice.
There's a nice view too. But Honora turns to Theodora. Would you like
What?
to lead the way again?
Theodora looks a little bit panicked, but
Where are
someone
we
has
going?
given her a task.
Somewhere else.
Yeah.
And Lady Theodora
Well.
here seemed quite adept at navigating the halls. He stares at you. Eye contact.
If
Theodora
y'all are still standing there 20 seconds later and nobody's moved, Faustine is simply going to leave.
Yeah. Theodora's like, well, I don't know what else is here. She looks to the guard for help.
The guard snaps to attention. He says, "Is there a specific place you're wanting to go? Do you need your weapons prepared for battle? Do you need food? Do you need water? What do you need? I can summon it immediately."
Is there anywhere with books?
Books? Yes, there's a small library.
Excellent.
It's just
Where
one
is that?
floor up.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Let's go. And she leaves.
I'm not gonna make a traversal check because you've pretty much been to the top and you've been to the bottom. You've seen everything in between.
Faustine walked all over before finally.
Yeah, Faustine's like, the third bathroom I've seen today. Is this the training hall? No.
To that bathroom.
Yeah.
You come across the library and the guard wasn't lying. This place is cramped. It's fits the four of you comfortably, but if you add a fifth person, it's gonna get not fun. And by library he means there's a bookshelf. It is large. It is a floor to ceiling bookshelf. It covers the entirety of the wall, but it's one bookshelf. And there's a comfy looking chair. But
she is immediately going to select a book off of the shelf, something with an engaging looking cover, and sit right down
Scholastics check. There are things on this bookshelf.
Okay, let me do a scholastics check.
The sigh.
Having proficiency in scholastics doesn't help when you roll a 2. So my total roll is 10. What do I get from a 10?
10? Well, you after perusing the shelves, you find 3 main categories of books. Top shelf, war records. They love war here, and they love writing about it. It seems to be, it's not like internal records. It's more like, and then Lord blah 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 did blah blah blah, and he was really cool while doing it. Let's teach our children about it. It's mostly that sort of book.
Personal flavor.
The middle shelf is kind of like the records of the actual fortress you're in, mostly financial records from what you can see. And then the third shelf is like the surrounding area information. You find several almanacs, you find like a book of local flora, you find like, just journals from people in the area of import, that sort of thing.
Well, if that's the case, if she can find them, then she's going to select a book on the local flora and possibly also a book on the local fauna.
Okay.
Might as well read up on the environment that they're about to be traveling into in this so inconvenient, incredibly large amount of time that they have to wait for Lord Mormont. My God.
Sure.
She's not even waiting to see what the others do. She's just like, cool. Books, sit.
And the others?
Or-
What's everyone else doing?
Honora kind of like walks up to the shelf, and I want to say she picks from the middle section. You said was like the people of import, or
That's the top
Like,
shelf. Top shelf
the
is
top
war
shelf.
record.
All right. Honora goes for the war records.
Okay. Do you want to make a scholastics check at all, or?
I'll
Just
make
pick
I'll
it.
make a scholastics check. Nah. Main one of -2. All right, 13.
What were the?
The categories are war records, financial records, and like almanacs and shit. And then the secret fourth category that people need to roll highball for.
Pops.
You grab a war record off the shelf, and it seems to just be like, not like a recent war, not like ancient wars of old, because there's definitely some of those in there, but it's like some skirmishes from like 300 years ago that maybe got like a couple miles of farmland for some guy you vaguely remember hearing about. But it's a thick book for something as unimportant as that, which it's got to be something interesting in there, right?
Yeah. Honora,
No.
she holding it. She's like, I guess we're in the library now. And she goes and she sits over by Faustine. She's not one who typically likes libraries, but if this is what we're doing.
Faustine kind of looks at her for a moment when she hears her speaking in the library, but when she immediately quiets back down, she says nothing and goes back to reading her book.
Reads. I guess Honora's reading now.
How's Theodora doing?
Do all these look really like official books? They're not.
Do look very official, as far as you can
Okay.
tell.
I do not think Theodora is terribly interested in any of them. Is there anything else in here besides the bookshelf?
Again, there's a nice big window. This one also has a window seat, much like your room. There's like a big painting on the wall. It's of a man hunting some manner of creature, some critter. But other than that, it's just kind of like not blank walls. This fortress is in obviously the Killian sort of not district territory, Killian territory. So there's like a small banner with your family's like family crest on it. But that you've kind of been seeing those around everywhere.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's just kind of a tiny room where we keep all the nerd shit.
Theodora will just go sit at the window seat and look out the window.
Okay. And how is Temperance doing?
She immediately found a wall to kind of slump down against and is leafing through a small booklet that she produced from her clothes and kind of smiling to herself.
Okay.
It's a record of every dude's face she's punched in.
It's a record of all the cheeses.
Oh, she doesn't have to write those down. She remembers those pretty soon.
I'm imagining like I know that cameras don't exist in this world, but my first thought was just like a little like photo book of Polaroids.
Wow.
Is anyone nearby enough to see what she's looking at?
Yeah, anyone want to make perception check?
Yes.
I'll attempt to
Faustine does not
perceive.
care.
Roll to perceive. Ooh, hold on. I know I got
Yeah.
Oh.
Are
a
you
14?
perceiving?
That's a better perceiving than she was doing earlier. 14.
14.
I got a 17.
She probably has a decent angle, and Theodora, you're on the other side of the room, so you're probably at like the same sort of
Yeah.
vibe. Annika, what's in this book that they might be able to catch a little glimpse of? Not details, just
It appears to be just a small book of handwritten blocks of text on each page, a few paragraphs, in a way that makes it very clear that it's some kind of poetry. The handwriting is a little hard to make out, but someone who was nearby could probably catch a glimpse of just one of the opening stanzas that just says, "There once was a man from Yumgonder."
Oh my god.
Gosh, she's writing limericks.
Can I I guess can I roll to see if there's anything else in the book that I picked up? This weirdly thick one.
Oh yeah, sure, go ahead.
All right, what would that be?
Scholastics, you're reading a book.
Oh yeah,
That's the book reading stat.
that's a 9.
9. Man, he sure did get like 8 miles of land, which he then used to grow various crops, like rice. Interesting stuff. The fact that he beheaded a couple of his own guards at one point is, mildly interesting, but like, who hasn't?
And Nora like furrows her brows, goes, just like makes a very frustrated sigh, and like sharply closes this very thick, boring ass book to her.
Dust
and
flies immediately in your mouth.
What? Oh, she pretends not to notice. Closes it rather loudly, and then places it like down on the. I assume there's like a little table in front of this, wherever Faustine and her might be sitting.
Mm-hmm.
Faustine on instinct is like, shh, and goes back to the book.
I just. She gets up and she's like, I have never understood my brother's preference for places like this. I continue not to understand.
I understand.
It is real boring, isn't it?
Incredibly. And I don't. Why is this book so large for its contents?
Could you have this conversation outside? I'm trying to read.
Well, we aren't to. No, we aren't to wander from the group, Lady Faustine.
Well, I'm sure you can stand outside the room or something. I'm trying to read here. And she looks back down. I'd like to make a scholastics roll for what Faustine is getting out of these records of the flora and fauna of the surrounding area.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
All right. Do I need to roll separately for each book?
No.
Okay, cool. Figured that's an important question. I am rolling so bad today.
Oh no.
A total of 12.
12. Nothing extremely interesting as far as flora and fauna go. You see lots of, beautiful pictures, illustrations of like deer and bears and the occasional mountain lion and, normal stuff like wyverns. But the one thing you do take note of is that there's a rather large section in the fauna book about the local birds, because it seems like there's a lot of bird sort of hunting, like villages around here. It's what they eat. They have a lot of, game and poultry around the area. So that's mildly interesting. But other than that, there's no grand epiphany. There's no absolutely massive dragon guarding this castle as far as you're aware of.
Right.
Drakengarding?
Yo, from the hit game Drakengard for the PS2.
Dragon, Dragoon.
Good God.
Machine drag on my dragoon.
Oh no.
As you guys are poring over your various tomes, after maybe like 15 minutes of perusing, you hear the sound of heels on stone floor as someone approaches your location with speed outside.
Oh. Honora goes to the door to meet this person.
Faustine is continuing to read until someone speaks up at the doorway.
How tall is Honora? How tall are all of you, actually?
Honora is 5'8".
5'8". How tall is Theodora?
I think she's probably like 5'10" or 5, yeah, something like that.
Oh, she's big.
She's
Okay.
alright. Yeah, she's tall.
Temperance?
Temperance is on the shorter side.
Okay.
I don't have an exact number for you, sorry, but
That's
she's
okay.
probably
No, that's fine. And how tall is Faustine?
5'3".
5'3". I don't know why
Oh,
I don't know why I was imagining Honora as like 7 feet tall, but like
Yeah,
I think
she
it's the armor. I was like,
it's
she's
in the
huge,
game.
right? Oh, I had the same problem with Valente. I was like, oh, Valente's massive. And Valente's average. What? Big
Honora's
knight.
maybe she's got like healed like
She's got
armor
little
shit
heels.
on going, so she's like 5.
Well,
10 for her, like
regardless,
Theodora's, but yeah.
you open the door to find someone making square eye contact with your chest now. And as you look down and she looks up, you see that it is in fact Anthea, now wearing a similar but different outfit with her hair slightly more contained. She says, "Oh, really? The library?
It was not my first choice.
Oh, I thought to go to the training ground first, but whatever
We did
suits you."
go sparring.
Oh, you're all in here. Excellent. You stayed together. How was your exploration? Did you find it to your liking?
It was quite nice, thank you. She like steps aside so the rest of them can, so she's not just blocking the doorway.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. Anthea's like 5'2", maybe.
Oh,
She's not large.
Faustine looks up in frustration, like she's about to ask the others again to please be quiet so she can focus on reading. Sees Anthea, and her expression immediately relaxes. She's like, "Ah, I'm glad to see you've returned."
Oh
Is
yes,
this-
we are ready for you now. Sorry for the
Oh.
long wait. Lord Norman's just could not get out of bed this morning. I'm sure we've all
Oh,
been
it's
there.
no problem at all. Let me
course.
just and Faustine gets up, puts the books back where she found them. It's very important to put the books back where you found them.
It's very very.
Honora has forgotten about her book. It's still on that table.
Oh no. Sorry. Let me just blow my nose. Anthea looks around at the room, in slight disarray now that you've all been there, and she waves her hands as Faustine goes to put the book away. She says, "Oh, don't worry about it. My maid'll take care of it."
Oh, well, if you insist. And she places them on the table, with Honora's book.
And then she looks at Temperance on the ground. She says, "And what are you reading down there?"
Kind of just quickly stows the book. Poetry.
Oh,
Ah,
how lovely.
self-brought, I assume.
Yes, it was a gift from a family member.
Oh, how lovely. Much more interesting than the dreary tomes in this old library, I'm sure.
Must be.
I did find them quite fascinating, but now is not the time to review the entire stock.
Hmm.
You said that Lord Normanth was ready, and we shouldn't keep him waiting.
We absolutely should not. I would hate to do so. Follow me. He's right down the hall. And she turns around.
Theodora promptly leaves.
All right.
It's time for her orders.
Hold on, I gotta scroll in a document.
Where's the old man, Sam?
I'm so cold.
Tiamat.
Tiamat's been waiting 2 hours for this.
Where's the old man,
Tiamat's been
Samothy?
waiting so long to sexualize this old man.
You know it.
Damn, I
You
hope.
know it.
Now I'm like scared. What if it's not up to snuff?
Let's see it. Bring him to me.
Chillax. You gotta get there first. She walks down the hall, leading you to the big door. Each hall has had like a big door at the end. For the bottom floor, it was the training hall. You've already been there. For the top room, for the top floor, it was not the guarded room, but a different one. It had the same door as all the bedrooms, so you can assume it was just another bedroom. Sorry, I'm scooting. In this specific area of the middle floor, you can see that it's this big, nice set of double doors that are like intricately carved around the edges. Clearly, this is like a fancy room. And Anthea stops in front of the double doors and turns to both of you and says, "You'll have to forgive him if he's in poor temper today.
Oh.
It's all a very stressful situation."
Faustine smiles and says, "Think nothing of it."
Says,
We are here to rectify it.
"That's what I like to hear. Anyways, we're expected." And she opens the door. Inside is a very, very large, very, very dark room. There's no lights. The windows have been curtained. Big, like, long blackout curtains. And at the very end of the room, there's, like, a fire going in the fireplace. This is the first room you've been in that is even, like, mildly warm. But even then, it's still pretty chilly, and the, like, auras are also not boding well.
Oh no. The vibes are off?
The vibes are off, specifically because who holds a meeting in a dark room? But
A normal person.
as you all filter in, you find that the middle of the room is taken up primarily by a very long table. You probably seat at least 20 people at this table, so this is some sort of like war room. 1 second. I'm about to make an atrocious noise. I'm gonna do this off to the side.
No problem.
Never mind. It's gonna happen when it happens. Okay. I had too much Sprite at once.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I'm having a hashtag girl moment. Oh my god. Sorry, I forgot to do something, but that could totally be done later. I forgot to share Anthea's sheet. She's part of your party. We'll get there. What's that?
I was just gonna say, if there's no combat today, it's not.
No, yeah, it's fine, but I like to show them off.
Irrevocable
Hold on, let me get her
problem.
little Sprite up. Aha, Sprite, get it? Like I was drinking. Anthea's here.
Hee hee.
Wow, you
Oh.
all get a tower. That's so
Anthea.
cool.
Oh.
Woman.
So there's this long table, and there's a whole bunch of chairs sitting at this table. And the table's primarily clear. You see that close to your end, there is a clean plate and an empty mug of tea, or formerly tea. It's a tea mug. Ready to be picked up by a maid or one maid or another. And at the far end, you can see there are two people sitting in front of a very large, like, map that's been spread over the table. And on top of the map are little, like, you know, the little guys you put around when you're doing war. What do you call those?
The tabletop minis, but for
Yeah, the
fancy rich
minis. They got the
people.
minis going. You know, the DM is rolling the dice, all that good stuff.
They're actually
Welcome to his
figures.
game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
War.
But the first guy you notice, both the people immediately stand up as soon as you enter. The first guy you notice immediately because he blocks out the fire as he stands, because he is very, very large. This guy is probably 6'6", 6'7", extremely broad, fully armored. You hear the clanking noise as he stands up. And because he kind of blocks out the fire, you don't really, like, get to see him. He's kind of just a silhouette. But he says, "Ah! Take a seat, why don't you?" Gesturing for you to come in with one of his gauntlets.
Honora just, like, gives a nod and quickly does as she's told.
Okay.
Thank you kindly, sire.
Where are you
And
where are
she
you
will do
sitting
the
at this
same.
big long table?
In a seat closer to the end where assumably Lord Normand would be sitting.
Mhm.
That's open, of course.
Mhm. Yeah, only 2 of the seats are taken. Anthea does kind of like skitter behind you to sit. So there's someone sitting on his like left side. She moves to sit on his right side. He's at the end of the
Okay.
table, so they're facing each other.
So I'd be sitting
So,
next to her. Then.
yeah, all the rest of the seats are open.
Alright.
Where's everyone else sitting?
I'll sit down next to Honora.
Theodore can
She-
sit on the other side of Honora. Like across
Across. Okay.
across the table.
Yeah.
We're all sitting in a line.
Inventing new dimensions of chairs.
Everybody sit around Honora.
And sit on the table.
Well, it's the general area.
Yeah. Where's the Temperance sitting?
Temperance will sit wherever there's room.
Like close or on the other side?
Other side's fine.
Okay, so she's sitting on the complete other side of the room.
Oh, I thought you meant of the table.
Oh, okay. I was gonna be like,
I
wow,
lost
kind of a
track
flex.
The arrangement of the.
Okay.
So it sounds like there are 3 people on either side of Lord Normand
Lord
Lord
Normand.
Normand. Month. On one side is big armored fellow, Theodora Temperance. The other side is Anthea, Honora, Faustine.
Yeah. We're like in a U shape.
Okay. Yes. So Lord Normand.
All right.
He introduces himself as such. He says, I'm sorry to keep you waiting at such an hour. It is now 9 a.m. He says, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. My old age must be getting to me. I just could not pull myself from my chambers this morning.
Think
No
nothing
trouble at
of
all,
this,
my lord.
And, might I, introduce you to, my companions here. And before he does that, I'm gonna show his art, obviously, because you're sitting next to him now.
Oh.
If I can find the
Oh.
right fucking There he is.
Oh.
There's Lord
What?
Norman.
Oh.
Hello.
He's a
Nord-
big boy.
Is this the guy that welcomed us in, or is that Normonth?
What's up?
Is that the man that welcomed us in?
That's
or
the
is that
same
Normonth?
the same dude. The same.
Oh, okay.
It's the same guy.
Normonth is the guy that welcomed us in.
Yeah,
My
he
apologies.
stood
I
up.
somehow
He stood up and
misunderstood.
he gestured you inside.
Okay.
Me out of character, the Tiamat is going to take a very long sip of her water now.
Me too, but just because I'm thirsty and full of Sprite.
Old men.
She's also thirsty. But like,
Yeah.
Yeah. But he keeps standing. He does not sit back down. He kind of leans himself on the table. And he gestures. First to Anthea. He introduces her. And he says, "My daughter-in-law, Anthea. I see you've already met. I hope she made you comfortable in the time you had to wait."
She's been
She-
quite lovely, thank you.
Anthea, she's sitting down. She doesn't give a shit. So she just kind of like nods at you guys, like, yeah, I did make you comfortable.
I did
good.
slay.
I did
I
a
did
good
good.
job. And then he gestures. Oh, let me get rid of him. And then he gestures to his other side. And
No.
he's still here.
Tiamat, like, give me back the old man.
He's still here. And then
I know.
he gestures to his other side and he says, and joining us as well, my son, Lord Huldrick, is also here. And the other guy, he kind of looks at you, and you can see he's much younger
Okay.
man. What?
Mhm.
What's up?
Nothing.
Okay. He's a much younger man than Lord Normanth. Probably, early 20s. He bows kind of awkwardly, kind of like off to one side, before straightening up and just kind of like
do you have
staring at the
art
table.
for him?
Can I get a fucking second? Yeah, I do. Give me.
We want
I
to
want
see the man.
Yeah, there
Yeah,
he is.
sure.
Oh,
such a
he's a
nice
prissy
young
little man.
So prim and proper. Look.
I like him.
Yeah.
A hit.
I like
A
his
hit with the
little
game.
Who was Temperance sitting next to?
Temperance, I believe, is sitting next to Theodora, and Theodora is
Yeah.
sitting next
Okay.
to Huldrick, and Faustine.
Temperance is gonna kind of lean towards Theodore and say, "It's kind of hot."
Theodora like is trying really hard not to laugh at that. Like not in a mocking way, just like, oh, no one ever said that to me in an important meeting.
How loud did she say that?
A whisper, but the whisper of someone who's like kind of socially awkward and maybe like has
Oh,
like a
no.
neurodivergency. So like, I don't think anyone else would have heard it, but also like
Yeah.
Can you make a perception check, Temperance?
I make a perception check.
Yes.
Okay. Oh God, why would you do this to me?
To see if you noticed that anyone noticed, I assume.
That's perception falls under. Okay, I don't have negative on that, so it's my modifier plus the roll then, right?
Yep.
Mhm.
Okay, that's a 17.
17. As you're, taking a peek over your shoulder at the newcomers, you do notice that Huldrick's eyes just kind of like briefly close with more intensity than a blink for a moment before opening back up, and he's back to having a completely neutral expression.
Oh my god.
Noted.
And
He's
Nora
like-
kind of.
He's like, oh god, this Gilf notice told me. I'm wrong."
He's married to Anthea, I assume.
Yes, you can assume, as she was introduced as Norman's daughter-in-law.
Yeah.
That's my daughter-in-law. She's married to another one of my sons entirely. That's not here right now.
Yeah. And just like because I'm putting out the heights of everyone for scale, he's also very, very tall. He's like 6 feet tall, but he's like stretched, like he's like wiry.
He's a
Like
twin
Kathy.
man.
Yeah.
And Nora like.
No, you can go.
At his introduction, and Nora like nods, like I guess nods her head in like a form of greeting, but a form of greeting of Ah, yes, son of the Lord of the House. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, Lord Holdrick.
He bows his head to you and he says, "Of course, pleasure to meet you as well." Before abruptly sitting down and just kind of staring at the map in front of him.
He's
We've
like,
embarrassed
"Time to
him.
dissociate again."
As you all, Norman, once introductions are made, of his side of the room, he gestures towards you all and he starts with Faustine. He says, "And who might you be? I don't believe we've been properly introduced. I did not get a chance to, do any research between my waking and now."
Terribly sorry, my lord. I'm Faustine Enlil.
And Leo.
I'm the daughter of Bartolo and Gabrielle.
Interesting. Well, you look like a mage of some sort?
I am, yes.
Tell me, and any talents regarding, tactics or spymanship? Any?
Spymanship I haven't quite focused on, my lord, but tactics I like to think that I'm at least a deft hand at. I might not be quite up to the snuff of somebody who is particularly trained in it like Miss Anthea here, but I make do.
Norman promptly looks at Anthea, and then kind of like chuckles to himself, but in a way that says like, "Haha, I'm not amused." And then shakes his head a little bit, and he says, "So that's what she's introducing herself as now. I see." To which Anthea answers like, "I only introduced myself as that because I did not know if we could trust these people. But perhaps I should be more forward in the future." To which Norman nods and he says, "We have no time for games. This is my spy master, Anthea. She is no tactician."
Well, I certainly would not be able to hold a candle to her.
Well, perhaps you could be of some assistance somewhere. And then he promptly turns to Honora.
Faustine does her best to not look ruffled at this and just kind of straightens her spine a bit and just sits calmly.
Temperance
Little
puts
polite
no
smile.
effort into giving a little grin in response to this interaction. Just like a
Honora, his attention now on her, dips her head, my lord.
Sorry, I was typing something. You know, I was typing to you. He says, "I figured your family would send somebody. Your combat skills are quite renowned, even in circles such as mine. Though I almost assumed they would send your brother."
Unfortunately, Tillian has not. He is not as combat ready as myself, my lord. I do hope that you will find me a suitable axe in his absence.
I see. I'm gonna have him make an insight check, actually.
I see.
TBH for fair. That's a 15?
Okay.
What's the vibe check on Tillian's status?
Oh yeah, when he mentions her brother, she instinctively like pales and is quick. Her words were a little bit rushed in an attempt to cover up for why they would send her instead of him.
Gotcha. He kind of like narrows his eyes just the slightest bit, but it's clear like he's got a lot on his plate, and like whatever's wrong with your weird brother, it's a conversation for when this is finished.
Indeed.
He doesn't care enough to dig into it right now.
Yeah.
As long as we can do the job.
Top 10 normal guys.
You get kind of the vibe that like obviously you know the history of the empire, you know how the societal structure works. This guy belongs to a house that is very much above yours in status. So whenever he hears about people from other houses, he's kind of like, "Oh, the neighbor kid got stuck in a vent again." Anyways.
Tillian's down the well.
Tillian's in the well again. I hope they get him out or not. I don't really know. Anyways. I hope something good happens or not. I ain't reading that. Anyways.
That
But
meme.
he nods and he says, so if he is not combat ready, I assume you are more than willing to pick up the slack?
Indeed, my lord. I'm quite eager to to partake on this mission when the sorry, the dings of the notifications.
Ow. Sorry.
When the
We're all fucking up here.
when the Empire's image is at stake.
Of course, of course. That's really all I ask of someone in your position. While tactics and spy work and magecraft are all quite useful, eventually some muscle is required. And he kind of like passes you over for the next person, who would be Temperance. He's just kind of going around the table in a circle. Says, and the Killian girl. Remind me your name?
Oh, Theodora, sir.
Theodora. And tell me, your siblings, busy with their own goings on, I presume.
Yes, sir. I don't see them quite as much, so I assume so.
I see. Well, so nice of your house to send you here in their stead. And then he looks at Temperance. Says, and you, madam.
Temperance.
Temperance.
Liege.
I can't say I remember sending a message out for a Temperance. Remind me, what noble house are you from?
She kind of looks both ways nervously for a few seconds, clears her throat a little bit, and says, I'm a mercenary, sir. I was selected for my capability with a sword.
Insight.
Go for it.
21.
Faustine's like, get her ass.
21.
21 to insight.
21.
Was Temperance lying or anything?
21 against your
well,
counter
do I have
roll.
to?
Yeah, you can make a
I
deception
make a
check. You
counter-
can make a conviction roll, which is just a
I'd
flat
like to.
d20.
I'd like to make a deception.
Okay. Okay.
Oh.
Spicy.
That's shit. Okay,
No.
that's a 3.
Oh no!
Temperance is very clearly not giving up all the information. She doesn't seem like the things she said are true. You can verify that everything she said so far is in fact. She is in fact a mercenary. She established that prior. She's been clear about that. She's dodging a question.
Interesting. Does Faustine want to do anything about that, or is Faustine just gonna observe?
Faustine is going to observe for now. She wants to see what Lord Mormonth does in response.
He is just kind of standing there for a moment, like, you can see, like, the loading wheel above his head. And he just purses his lips a little bit and he goes, You know, I hadn't realized we hired mercenaries for this job, but if we need hired muscle, I suppose we do. Welcome, to this, esteemed table, Miss Temperance.
She kind of takes the one knee she had up against the table down a bit and adjusts herself. And gives him like a little.
Slight, ever so slightly more polite.
Yes.
Well, you're welcome to listen along while the rest of us discuss the important tactics of this journey. And then he points to the map in front of him and he says, this is, of course, the area in question. And he gestures to the point on the map. It's like, in map terms, just a couple inches away from the place clearly marked as the fortress. But from, like, vague, you've all looked at maps before. It's the old times. They don't have internet. There's nothing else to look at. You know that it's like maybe a short 2-day journey from where you currently are. And he points at it and he says, "The small town of Canaan. Not a particularly notable place aside from our small problem. I think they mostly hunt birds. I don't know. Nothing I would ever eat, but this is where it is. Anyone ever been?"
Yes, my liege.
Yes. Huh.
Only in passing.
I see. Not a local then.
No.
I suppose that's good. We wouldn't want you recognized. And then he kind of like snaps his fingers, and a maid basically materializes out of the darkness. Not the same maid that keeps tripping and falling. But a
Thank
different
God.
a different woman. And he says, "Bring this woman a cloak, in case, over his shoulders." And she skitters off to go do that. And now that you've seen her walk forward, if you were to look around, you'd notice that there are like several, maids and butlers standing in like the corners of the room, trying very, very hard to be out of sight. Some of them succeeding more than others, as you catch a familiar glimpse of fire off of thick glasses. But she doesn't seem to be on the move right now. But he points at the small town of Canaan with a stick, like one of his little, the little sticks they have in military simulators. They love to move the miniatures around in the D&D game. He points his stick towards Canaan and he says, "To be quite honest, we have fairly little intelligence on the actual layout and the goings-on of the town. All we know is that someone going by the name Steingrimmer the Wise has set up his shop there. Not a literal shop, of course, but he does have a service that we very much do not like around these parts. He's selling secrets, national secrets, and I want him dead. Or arrested, if you feel that that's what's good for you. My son here," and he points at Huldrick, who kind of like wakes up, like he was fully phased out of reality for a hot second, but he wakes up.
Iconic.
Returns
scared
to this
him.
plane of existence.
Yeah, he says, "My son, of course, has the authority to arrest should you feel the need to do so. But if it is up to me, I would suggest simply getting rid of the man if he truly is as dangerous as he appears to be. But I will leave the actual scouting of the area to you, and obviously my spy master will be accompanying you as well." And then he kind of like looks at all of you, and he kind of prods at the area where all the little guys clearly meant to represent you, who are there's like, I don't know, a horse, and he was kind of shuffling through his little box of toys on this one, because there's like a horse, a cat. It's kind of like you're playing Monopoly. Yeah.
Ooh, get some
There's an
fucked up
actual
fantasy
thimble on the
chess.
board. And the box is discarded off to one side, where you can see that clearly some manner of rodent had been chewing through the side and made off with several of the nicer looking actual war pieces.
No.
So he's stuck with what the maids had on hand.
Oh, no.
But he looks at all of you and he says, "Do you have any questions?"
Theodora sort of like raises her hand a little bit.
Killian?
Sir, do you have a description of this man at all?
A description? No, I can't say any of our the scouts we've sent out have ever seen him. He's reclusive. The only thing we've managed to see are the backs of heads of people that visit him. He lives pretty far into the mountains. People walk up there to get his wisdom. And he says that with like extreme derision.
My lord,
Theodora just nods politely.
does the local population appear to have any strong opinions of him either way?
as far as we know, they like him. Otherwise, why would they let him stay? He may have something to do with keeping back the population of, creatures in the area. So he may be providing them a service in that way, aside from his strange abilities. But they haven't kicked him out, and small insular communities like this really don't respond well to strangers with odd power, if you catch my meaning.
Mm-hmm.
Unless, of course, they have something to offer.
I know that he's going by Steingrimmer, but have we heard any tell of if he is actually from a noble house or not? Or is this just, to our knowledge, a pseudonym?
It is, to my knowledge, a pseudonym. Obviously, he is not Steingrimmer himself, because why would what is basically a god hang out in a small village hunting birds and telling, whispers to random passersby? But we have...
They have good mead there.
They have what?
They got good mead there. Not that that would attract... Never mind.
Nora
drink?
shoots...
Do we
gives
have
Temperance such a look for interrupting? Essentially a commanding officer right now. She's very displeased.
my lord?
She was nothing.
Do we have any idea at this point as to what he thinks he stands to gain by doing this?
Well, to be quite honest, it is what we fear as of now. He has been seen, or rather, we assume him. Again, we have not actually seen him, but we have seen people who were perhaps related to those fled during perhaps a certain event approach his dwelling and ask for their services. His services. Sorry. Oopsie poopsie.
Could I do like a little history check for the event?
Of course you can.
Baba booey. Where's my roll? 22.
22. It's obvious from the disdain at which he says the event that he's talking about, the Great Exodus, which is, of course, the night that a bunch of rather high-ranking nobles basically busted out of the capital, leaving like a bloody trail in their wake and scattered across the continent, never to be found again. I mean, some of them were definitely found. Some of them definitely got found. But they're still looking for very, very many of them, and it's been long enough that, they've had time to produce families. So now their problem has compounded over time. So hypothetically, there's some nobles and bastard nobles coming to this guy for information.
So do we have reason to believe that we have reason to believe then that he could be getting help from some of these individuals from this event?
Nearly certainly. Which is why I think that with this very important job, we can hit a number of birds with a single stone. Firstly, I want to ensure that Canaan, be it a border town, is thoroughly loyal to the empire that supports it. I want to make sure that all of you are keeping an eye out for potential trouble in the area. Secondly, I want to make sure that this false whatever he is dealt with accordingly so that he does not spread what is probably a combination of truth and lie, neither of which makes us look very good, to a unwitting populace where it doesn't belong. And thirdly, if there are any bastard nobles in the area, or nobles that may as well be bastards, I want them arrested and I want them sent here. Or straight to the capital if you see fit.
It would be my pleasure, my lord.
Thank you, Honora. You seem like quite the loyal soldier.
Indeed. I find those who took part in that to be particularly disgraceful. So I find great joy in hunting them down.
I'm glad to hear it. Then I hope that you have a personally fulfilling journey as well as a career fulfilling one.
She just kind of, polite little nod. Nothing left to say.
And the rest of you, how do you feel about this? Do you have any questions for me before I arrange a party for you to depart?
I feel on paper this is a rather straightforward mission. I know that nothing goes the way it is planned, but I have all confidence that we can fulfill this to your expectations.
Excellent, excellent. And you other two, you're rather quiet, aren't you? Any second thoughts?
Theodora just firmly shakes her head.
Seems straightforward to me.
Excellent.
I have no doubt that we won't find this guy.
It should be fairly obvious. He lives on a big hill and people walk there every day. Just follow, I don't know, whatever commoners are wandering off into the wilderness. I'm sure it'll end up in the right place eventually. And if not, well, keep looking.
Understood.
We can't let this man exist outside of our periphery for much longer. So anyways, I assume you'll want to get your weapons checked and acquire some food, rations. I'll have Anthea set aside all her supplies. I'm sure she has her own set of schemes and plans she'll want to go through with. As this is supposed to be a rather, not undercover, but something close sort of patrol, we won't be sending you with a large convoy or anything, and we certainly won't be sending you with extra servants or guards, but I'm sure we can spare at least one person to cook meals and such. Does that seem satisfactory?
Your consideration
my
is
lord.
most appreciated.
Excellent. Well then, you are welcome to go to the smithy should you need to have anything repaired. And Anthea and Huldrick will stay here with me as I give them their specific instructions. And then he gets up and gestures towards the door.
Faustine will stand, give him a polite little curtsy, and say, I think I shall go and evaluate my things and determine what it is I should take along with me. By your leave, sir.
Excellent.
And she departs.
You leave in 4 hours.
Understood.
And then he sits back down, like kind of heavily, like with a thud.
He's wearing so much armor, it's so heavy.
All right, are you guys following her out, or are you hanging around?
Yeah, Theodora
Yeah,
will stand up and bow a little
Theodora
and
is like, I have an
skedaddle.
opportunity to get out of this room. I'm taking it. Bye.
Yeah.
Sprints away.
And Nora gets up and gives him I mean, I know she's a noble, but also right now she feels more like a soldier. So she gives him a soldier's soldier salute and dips.
Temperance is also skedoodling, I assume.
Yep. Gives a little polite bow and moves along.
Anthea is the only one to she doesn't give you a genuine smile. It's like a tight smile as you do this. The other two are looking at the map. They've completely shut you out. But yeah, you guys are now outside. A guard points you towards the smithy direction, and I have to pee again because I keep drinking Sprite. So we're gonna take another break.
Okie doke.
Okay, I'm gonna go get rid of my dinner plate.
I'm gonna be on my boyfriend to go preheat the oven for pizza.
Pizza time.
I'm getting hungry. Yes, 8:30. That's enough time for me to be hungry. Ooh. That old man did live up to my expectations.
Oh, dear God.
I won't go into hierarchy. Yeah, okay, bye, Ricky. I won't go into, we're not here to talk about that old man, but boy, oh boy, that old man. And Holdrick's cute too.
Mm.
He is.
Oh, I'm not disagreeing. I'm
He's a
just
little
amused.
prissy.
I don't disagree. I just find it funny.
Oh,
Oh.
yeah, Matt's thinking about that old man again. SMH.
Things that make you say, hmm.
I'm just thinking, I hope we'll get to walk around this little wing a little
things
more.
that make you make a noise like a Skeksis from the Dark Crystal.
Things that make you say, "Hmm?"
Well,
I need to get a little voice clip of the Skeksis going. Hold on. There's a fucking video on YouTube of the Chamberlain saying for 2 minutes.
Did you hear?
Sorry, I'm typing.
Hi.
Okay.
Damn, I like your old man. Smiley face.
Yeah, you like my old man? I'm so glad. Do you know how long I've been sitting on the art of this? Not that long. But, like, it's felt like a million years.
You just needed you needed me to look upon your old man.
Weighs heavy on my heart.
Keeping an old man from me, your good friend Tiamat. SMH. It's okay. You're forgiven. It's a very good old man. Gooby, was that you?
Goopathy?
Ricky, don't make him scream on stream.
Oh,
Unless the people wish to hear him.
Gooby Twitch stream.
Goopy Twitch moments.
And I'm stream.
I see you
Screaming.
in there, Andrew. Come on.
Oh,
Sam has been
oh
hyping
God,
up
who's in
this
the
old
chat?
man. I'm allowed to be excited about the old man. I
don't
was
have
very
Twitch open,
tame.
so I cannot see anybody's Twitch comments.
I wonder if Dwyer forgot, because I think Dwyer was gonna come, but I haven't seen Ko in this
And we didn't
chat at all.
pay anything. Oh, Ko's gonna be mad.
It's okay, because
Watch
it's
the
a Twitch
VOD
VOD,
and
so
then
it'll be on for
present
14
the main
days.
game after that.
It's fine.
Yeah, I didn't lose that much of my shit over the old man today. But I did enjoy
Yeah.
the old man.
He'll
We'll hit you in like 2
Yeah.
days, and you'll be like,
What a
two
yeah.
old men.
Teehee.
You're valid.
In the span
Yeah.
of 24
Wait,
hours.
Andrew, do you also think the old man's hot? Are we reaching common ground on the old man thing here?
Let me pull up the old man for reference.
Oh yes, while I might not share your opinions on like
Oh, old man. he's
villainous
back.
old men, but this old man, yeah, he can get it. Of course,
Yeah,
also
he
given
can.
given this world's lore, I'm sure when we say old man, he's
Oh, yeah.
actually like 45.
Anthea is also very good, Andrew. You're right for that one. She's like, ooh.
Yeah.
And she's like a spy master. Ooh, top 10 women I'd let execute me. I hope that's not
Oh,
Apollo
no.
gifting a random Twitch player.
Oh no!
It's okay. We're fine.
Alright, so.
You-
Hold on. Let me get rid
Sips
of the
her
fact checker.
poisons. I'm sure she has many.
Are we headed to the fucking Are we headed there? The smithy?
Yeah.
They said smithy. Let's go to the smithy.
Alright. You guys walk into the smithy. It's a pretty big, spacious room. This is clearly, it's a fortress. This, in times of hypothetical war, this would be where the army is stocked for this specific outpost. And not that there's no country to the left of here. You're on the border between Jormungand and what is basically kind of just bandit land. There's mountains, and then beyond that is swamp, bandits, and big lizards. So nobody goes out there, and nobody's looking to conquer it because you can't make it into farms, and you can't really do anything useful with it aside from get attacked by bandits.
God.
So people have not been fighting in this area for a very, very long time. But hypothetically, back when there was more, solid ground to the left, people would be using this room for funding big armies. And you can see that there's pretty much steel versions of every weapon you could possibly want, like on the walls. All the swords, lances, axes, daggers, bows, all the steel weapons are clearly readily available. And there's no like front desk, but there's kind of like a bench. And on that bench sits a man, and he's polishing something rather fancy looking. And he looks up when you come in. He says, "Can I help you?" Hello?
Faustine looks at the others and she's like, I'm not the one who uses martial weapons.
Well, I'll be honest, my lady. I was just kind of following you. I maintain my own gear.
I was simply following Theodora.
All right.
Theodora's gonna cry.
No, Theodora.
Anyway, she does look over at the weapons master and she's like, you wouldn't happen to have anything related to healing staves or magic tomes, would you? I understand if you don't.
Well, I make the steel things, but let me call my friend out. And he turns over and he hollers something incoherent, and out from the back, because there's there's racks of weapons and there's anvils and stuff. You can see a forge back there, and somewhere from the sea of metal wanders like a thin little guy holding just like a big pack full of stuff, which he kind of slams down on the bench. He says, "You looking to buy?"
Well, this is a pleasant surprise. And Faustine starts taking a look at what's available.
Sure, yeah, I will put it in the chat, but I'll also read it aloud for the sake of the stream.
I realize Faustine did not have any money left over, but she's not gonna say that.
He's got a broom, the active skill Cauterize, the active skill Seal Luck, the item Mage Ring, the active skill Cutting Rhythm, the active skill Diamond Dagger, the weapon Polished Gem Staff, the weapon Diplomat's Rapier, and the item Amethyst Choker.
Hold on, I'm copy pasting some of these that I catch. Here.
I just looked over. I have 100 gold.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Broke bitch gang, let's go.
And then, as your guys are poring over the items, the actual Forge Master straightens up a little bit and he says, "And if this gentleman can't get you anything you want, I can make you a custom weapon. If that pleases you. Only the finest steel here." Huh?
Like, what do you mean by custom?
Ah, I get to explain the new mechanic. So, there is now a custom weapon forging mechanic. What does this mean? It means you pick a damage die, and you pick a skill, a passive skill, and you can combine them into a weapon. So you have to have the passive skill, like you have to have the skill scroll for it, which you can buy from merchants, find, etc., etc. It can't be currently in your skill inventory because that means it's already been applied to your character. You can't remove it. It's
can't
in there.
take it out of the character and put it in the item.
Yeah, no, gross. But
your skill.
As far as pricing works, for example, if it's a 1d4 weapon you want him to make, it'll cost 400 gold. It's whatever the 1d blank times 100. That's the price for the weapon, and then plus the price of the skill. So you combine those two prices. Even if you already bought the skill, you have to buy it again to have it applied to the weapon. and you can only put skills on weapons. You can also hand him weapons you already have, but they cannot have skills on them already. Got it? So if you have just a regular iron sword and you say, put some shit on that, that's fine. But if you hand him like a fucking holy weapon, he's gonna say, no way in hell. Here you go.
That's for me.
I have no money, but mage ring.
And he says,
That's me out of character.
no, yeah. He says, and I'll sell, you know, if you want to buy a custom weapon, I have you know, my own personal selection of enchantments here. I'll even waive the cost of the enchantment itself. You just gotta buy it. I'll put it on for free. And he has these passive skills for you to apply to anything in his you know, custom thing. And those are strong riposte, indoor fighter, terrain resistance, vantage, and deflect magic.
Well,
Sorry, I'm still looking through all of these.
No, yeah, that's fine.
Find all the
Take your time. Take your time.
I'm just like, damn, wish I had more money.
Hey, you're going on
Yeah.
a journey. You will return.
I'm half tempted to see if I can like roll charisma. Like, can't you just let me use this while I'm on this mission and then I'll give it back?
You're welcome to try.
I'm thinking real hard. Hey, look, a null holy blood item.
I think you mean, what is it? Bitawir?
Yeah. Hey.
Yeah, I'm just copy pasting off the thing I already
Yeah.
have open. I
Yeah.
don't know if you've translated.
No,
it
I
or
haven't.
not.
Yeah, I totally have. I don't want to confuse the main.
Yeah.
What you,
You
got
can- you
better
can
we
do
have
the-
really poor guy?
You can do the find replace later.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, did you ask that in character? What do you got that for?
I'm still thinking about if I want to try to charisma that guy.
Well, she's a little nicer, but she's looking over and she's like, yeah, she does. Like, where did you happen across this one?
This? Oh yeah. Well, it got sold to me, but I hear it was pulled off some guy who was, you know, running around the wilderness with an axe. So, you know, I just buy my supply wholesale. So,
I see. Much disdain at where that might have been coming from, because I assume she would recognize it, or I could roll history to see if she recognizes it.
Yeah. No, she
Alright.
would. She would, as a noble. You know that items like this, especially for someone with your blessing, are kind of like a common gift. Because they're specifically made for your house. So they look a little different between people, but like amethyst, you know, amethyst usually means someone from my noble family running around in the woods with an axe.
Probably not supposed to be out there. Whoops.
As you do.
Out doing axe-related crime.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, being a noble out in the woods without supposed to being out there, I'm pretty sure that's a crime by itself in the Empire. What are you doing out there? Get back in your little hut. Your little hut.
Your little
And by
hut.
hut, I mean mansion.
Mansion.
Yeah.
Yeah, your little family estate points at the capital.
Yeah. Can any of us buy anything? Is the real question.
I'm still thinking real hard about whether
Yeah.
I should
You can make a conviction
give
check.
give a swing and a miss. Convincing him to let
Temperance
me
does not
borrow
have
an
any
item.
money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Theodora's like, I don't have a lot of
only thing
money,
that
and
she
my
can afford.
longbow is good.
Yeah. I brought my own equipment. And she kind of steps
Yeah.
back.
It's a very nice offer, you, sir. I think maybe when we get paid for our job, then that would be then we'd actually be able to afford something like that.
Oh yes.
I think Faustine is gonna like brush a little lock of hair further away from her eye and be like, it really would be so useful to be able to use that ring just while we're on this mission, you know? Can I roll charisma with that?
You
See
may.
if that
Go
convinces
ahead.
Gonna have
Go
a
ahead.
4 range magic.
Give
You
me-
already get +1 to your range.
Come on, Faustine.
I figure if she doesn't phrase it as a direct question, if he says no, then she can just back off.
Yeah.
But let's see
We
what
can't-
I roll.
We're not getting Balliste. We need Faustine to fill the role.
That was hold on.
Whoa.
21 total.
He eyes you for a moment. He says, "How about this? I'll loan it to you, but you gotta pay interest when you get back."
What sort of interest?
Let's say my services, for borrowing, of course, would cost, half the worth, so 200. You can take it, but when you come back, you gotta give it back. And I'm taking a gamble here, because I don't know if you're gonna come back.
Quick question out of character. If she were to simply give it back, she would still owe him 200
Yes,
gold,
she
if
would.
I'm understanding correctly.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, we might get some money on the way out there.
Hmm.
Or you could just rob this nice gentleman.
You've got yourself a deal, sir.
A deal! Nice. Maybe I should try this whole Lendon thing more often. And then he hands you the mage ring and he says, I'll be asking around for if a nice lady with white hair is walking around these parts. That way I can come collect my gold.
Oh, of course. I wouldn't dare make bad relationships with the people who sell me my very valuable equipment.
Of course. I trust you. Best of luck out there. Can I get anything else for anybody?
Wait, okay, sorry. I'm trying to understand the math on this. If we bring our weapon, we don't pay for the
What?
like the custom weapons. If we bring our own weapon,
You don't have
We're
to
not-
pay for the dice because you already have the damage die. You
Oh,
just pay for the
okay.
skill.
okay, and then he's giving us some of
He's
these
letting us-
skills for free.
Well, he's giving you the skills at cost, so you would only pay 200 for strong riposte instead of 400.
Okay.
Because you gotta buy it and then you gotta pay him to put it on.
Okay. I was like, damn, actually terrain resistance would be kind of useful, but no, I think combined, not have that kind of cash.
Yeah.
Maybe next time.
Maybe next time.
Yeah.
Faustine, like, I don't know what you're talking about, puts the ring on her finger.
Well, unfortunately, we can't borrow skills, so.
Yeah.
Those go
That'd be
in the body. And by
That'd be
that I
so
mean knowledge
funny.
goes in the brain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Hmm.
I want to keep that.
He looks at you all and says, anything else?
No.
Nah.
Alright then. Pleasure doing business with you, I suppose? Looking at Faustine.
Faustine gives him a little curtsy and says, pleasure doing business. Borrowed at 50% cost.
Borrowed at
I won't
50% cost. Not a cent less.
Understood.
And then he kind of goes back off into whatever he was doing in the midst of all these weapons, and the Forge Master continues polishing the sword in his hands, just like a grunt of, I didn't need your money anyway.
Well, I can't do anything with anything else here, so
Sorry, I
if you
guess
don't mind, I'm going to go back to my quarters and sort out my things.
Hmm.
And she waves a little bit and just leaves.
Okay.
She's outie.
What's everybody else up to?
I imagine Nora's relatively put together for what she's got. She just have to go grab her weapons and stuff. I can't see her bringing too much, so I was thinking maybe if it was allowed, she would go look around the place some more while we wait to leave.
Yeah, sure. She can go wherever she wants. There's the upper floor with all the rooms. You haven't explored all of those. I'll tell you right now, DM to players, you've missed nearly every single one of the things that I put on this map. Literally, like 98% of them. So there's lots to find.
Yeah, like that room with
Yeah.
the guarded people. That looks kind of quirky.
The room with the what?
Yeah. The guards.
Who could say?
Mhm.
But feel free to keep firing off those perception checks. Make
Yeah.
checks at every turn if you want. Discover things,
Yeah.
or don't.
think-
It's totally fine if you
I
don't.
think Faustine is going to. I'm going to assume, given her previous traversal check, it takes her a little bit to get back to her quarters because she got so fucking irrevocably lost the first time
Yeah.
she tried navigating. So I would like to see if she notices anything particularly out of the ordinary as she
Okay.
gets her way back to her quarters.
Sure. Yeah, you're looking for rooms you haven't necessarily explored yet. Sure.
She's on her way, but she's just not going a direct way. She's looking around.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Go ahead.
You said perception?
Yep. You can make
That's just gonna
perception
be
check.
a flat d20 for me because I don't have any. 16. I keep rolling specifically 16. It's
16.
either like 16 or 4.
16. You pass what seems to be like a maid's corridor. Which, you see maids and butlers going in and out of. You peek through the door and you catch like the vaguest sight of, where their quarters would be, especially for this wing of the castle. It's, not like the cramped little, like, inside the walls hallway that you might expect from a smaller institution. It's more of like an actual hallway, because this is a giant place made of stone, built bajillion years ago, back before they knew not to put horses inside of buildings. So that's what's going on for a majority of the interesting things that you spot. But as you make your way upwards, you notice that there's still a bunch of rooms up here you don't necessarily know who they belong to, and one of them definitely has guards in front of it.
I will say, I'd also like to, if Faustine was checking the maid corridor, I think she might try and see if she can hear any sort of like gossip or any kind of potential information about Normanth or Anthea and
Sure, yeah.
Holdrick, that they might have been saying, now that they're in their own space away from the lord of the house, so
Sure.
to speak.
Yeah, can you make another perception check
Yes, please.
for specifically listening?
She doesn't hear shit because I rolled a 2.
Yeah, you just hear kind of like the shuffling of shoes, and the clatter of dishware being moved from place to place. They're definitely chatting, but you have no idea about what.
And she just moves on.
Mhm.
While I'm thinking about if I want to do anything with the guarded room, I'll see. Move on from me for a little bit.
Okay, sure. Honora, what are you up to in these 4 hours before departure? You don't have to do all 4 at once.
Yeah, I'd like to. I think she's going upstairs just to see kind of what the deal is with that garden room.
Sure.
A little bit.
Then I guess she's gonna run into Faustine, who's just kind of observing from a distance, trying to gauge what to do.
Okay. And before I continue with this, anyone else tagging along with them, or are you off doing other stuff?
Temperance will tag along, but kind of at a bit of a distance, implying that she's not here to engage in conversation, but she is curious as to what they're up to.
Yeah, I think Theodora, her first thing would be to make sure that her gear is all set, so she would be back up here.
So as you guys are at the upper hallway, kind of like flirting with the idea of approaching the guarded door, the 2 guards on either side kind of like turn to look at you all as you come over there. They don't say anything, they just look at you. Like, what are that group of random women doing over there? We don't know them. And these guards are clearly dressed in the crest of Norman's house, House Ephrath. Lots of blue.
Shit, now I'm thinking about how does I walk out to some guards. Hey,
Ask if they've got someone arrested in there.
yeah.
That's what this house does. They arrest people.
That is true.
This is the cop house.
This is the cop.
The cop.
This is the cop house.
Is this conversation occurring in character?
No.
Um.
Theodore would never call them cops.
Ah,
Theodore's like, that's rude.
Yeah.
They are knights.
Soldiers. And Nora, she's like, she's passing by. I think she doesn't want to like directly ask what's up. She's definitely looking, and she's like, good evening.
Both of them
Or good
nod.
morning.
You hear one of them say, "Ma'am."
I sorry.
No, you're good. Take your time.
Um
Sorry, shout out to whoever's actively looking through the permanent effects document. You were so brave.
I just absently have it open.
All the icons are idle except for one.
Oh, I don't have all of them opened. Like, I don't have all of the icons selected. I just have it open.
Anyways, Honora, you're being
Yeah,
stared at by two guards.
gosh, sorry.
You're okay.
I didn't think this through. No.
Ask them whose room it is.
Yeah.
An honest question.
Whose room is this, might I ask?
1 second, I'm scrolling. They both look at you and they ask, to whom does it concern?
Nora, von Livius. I was one of the soldiers summoned here for Lord Normont's request.
Mm-hmm. They take a look at your armor, which is of course emblazoned with your house crest of a big fucking axe. And that seems to do it for these guys. And they say, Lady Lena and Lady Liselot are sleeping inside. Best not to disturb them.
I see. What could I roll to see if I know who
You can
those
make a history
people are?
check. Yeah, you can make a history check.
Alrighty.
To also make a history.
That's
check.
a
Me
15. Do I know who these
You've
women
got
are?
no
I will
fucking
also
clue.
roll history.
Oh no.
Oh, I definitely got worse than that. So.
Who knows who these women
I
are?
just rolled a 20.
20?
It's a nat 20.
Faustine, your brain like tickles with the vaguest, like you've heard these names before, but you could not, like, if you were to be asked, you could not like automatically name who they are without further elaboration. Like you need a little bit more, but you've definitely heard the names before.
Could you repeat those names for
Their
me,
names
though?
are Lena and Liselot.
Mm.
And they're both apparently ladies.
Well, they're sleeping. They're probably
Hmm.
children.
Probably, yeah. Probably. Turn out of character. Turn to the guards. So, like, babies, how grown women.
Why don't you ask if we should keep it down around here for them?
Oh, yes.
Then.
Would they prefer we keep our traversals quiet on the quieter side then?
Well, you'd have to ask Lady Anthea. I'm sure they're more than asleep, but if they were to wake, I'm sure she'd have all of our heads.
Yeah, they are her
Question, is
children.
that- I
Perhaps.
was gonna say, yeah. Is that?
Yeah,
Are
that
they Anthea's
sounds-
kids?
Yeah, it sounds like that's probably her babies. All right. I see. Well, we wouldn't want to disturb them. Now she's just gonna give them a little nod. skitters out of there. All right, All right, the room with the sleeping babies. Probably. I mean, we could break. No.
No, we're not gonna
Just
break
Bucks
into
in.
the
Idea to kill you.
I mean, kind of. But
Honora dies first.
no. Honora would never.
Gets
would never.
Yeah.
obliterated.
Tiamat does. Tiamat would love to break in there. Hey kids, your mother's secrets. Give them to me.
Goo Goo Gaga? Lamau?
Can these God Dora also politely ask these guards, is there anyone else's rooms we should stay away from here?
Both of them look at you and they say, well, any room that's not yours, I assume, but Lord Normanth and Lord Huldrick and Thea's rooms are just to the left here. I would not enter without express permission.
Oh, of course. Is that how many rooms are there? Or
Yeah,
we
there's
got...
2 rooms to his left.
Okay.
One that's one smaller wooden door and one that's like a bigger sort of not double door, but it's
I
definitely a
see.
bigger door.
Yeah, the big
The big boy door.
big door for a big guy.
Yeah.
Should we try and ask about other places we could go to that they would know about? Like a better layout of the wing.
Could I one of my thoughts is also like check those books again.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
go
don't know if I
check
can
your books.
re-roll that check though.
You can re-roll stuff. As long as it's
Yeah.
not like immediate, you can come back to areas and re-roll.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd offer to come help, but Theodora is not the person to do that.
As long as your
Yeah,
roll
over
isn't like,
here.
did I kill this man? You can re-roll stuff generally. I will not
Oh, shoot.
revive any NPCs.
Faustine will not the guards in front of Lena and Lisa Lott's room, because having a conversation right outside the room of sleeping people, whether or not they are, as we are suspecting, Anthea's kids, you're gonna wake the people up in there, and we don't want to do that. But she will ask a nearby guard, after taking a little bit of time to make sure that she's got all of her things in order, if they have heard anything that they find particularly interesting about the area of Canaan that we're going to be going to. No specific, like, oh, because of our mission, but just more like, have you heard anything interesting from the Canaan area recently?
The guards look at each other, and despite the fact that you can't see their faces, the aura of confusion is palpable. And they say, so sorry, milady, I can't say that I've heard of the area at all.
Alright, well, sorry to bother you.
No, it's fine. Is there anything else I can help you with?
Yes, I do know that there's a library in this fortress of sorts. Are there perhaps any other locations where there might be important documentation about the area around here that I could perhaps review?
Well, the library all that's public. If you want, more secretive documentation, you'll have to consult with probably Lady Anthea.
Of course. Still, it's good to know, so thank you.
Of course. 1 second.
I'm trying to figure out now, does them not knowing about Canaan mean that they just never leave the fortress? Or is it like, it's such a backwater area that people are like, where the fuck is that?
Sorry, I just made a check in the background. From inside of the room, you hear a small child begin to cry.
Oh no!
Oh my god, the baby!
Anthea is going, or I'm sorry, not Anthea. Faustine immediately hauls ass as gracefully as you can, so like not very gracefully at all, but she's trying towards the library, so she is nowhere in the area.
Yeah.
How the rest of you doing?
I'm not getting lumped in with this, bye-bye.
Yeah. I think Theodora went in her room to like look through her stuff for like, I don't know, 10 minutes.
Okay. Where are Temperance and Honora?
Temperance wandered off a while ago.
Okay,
Bye.
we'll get to where Temperance is. We'll get to Temperance. Honora, where?
I think Nora also went wandering to like find a room, one
Okay.
that she hasn't been in before.
Okay. Well then, Faustine, as you book it away from the sound of crying baby, you hear just like the heavy-handed sound of someone who is perhaps upset opening a bedroom door down the hall from where you were, one of the secret rooms where other people sleep. And you catch just like the vaguest outline of a white-haired woman stalking down the hall before you manage to escape with your life.
Faustine just thinking like, I spoke to a different guard, not the one right in front of the room. I'm sorry. Library.
All right, we're gonna stick with Faustine for now. We're gonna make our way down the line in reverse order. Faustine, you're in the library. It's the same as how you left it, except the books have been replaced back on their shelves.
I want to try and find some more useful shit.
Okay.
There's
Make a
got to be
scholastics
something
check.
better in here than just records of local flora.
Mm-hmm.
And if
Scholastics
my
check.
scholastics roll continues to fail me, then I guess I'll just die. Metaphorically.
No, kills you.
No! 19.
19? What do you mean? Oh no.
Total.
That's good.
Okay.
Okay, so
I'm just
you
expecting you to be like, no, that was like a check of 25.
you're for a level 10 campaign, you kidding me? So as you're leafing through the shelf looking for something of interest, you notice two specific things. One, in between the financial records is a very small kind of like not stapled because they don't have staples, but like very like hand bound sort of book, like with string. And this one's also obviously a financial record, but it's like more of a pamphlet. Like it's something that was shoved between books. Like, oh, we don't want you to look at this actually. And then the other thing you find is a fire tome. And this will be Eruption.
Wow.
Ooh.
Big day for Faustine's inventory.
She's not gonna take the eruption tome off of the bookshelf just yet because that would presumably be a lot easier to notice it being gone. But she is first going to thumb through this pamphlet to see what exactly it is.
Sure. Yeah, it seems to be a like sort of handwritten requisition for a modification of the fortress in some way. And given that you kind of like peruse the other books, this is rather standard. Things need to be updated. The year they added toilets was a huge one. But this one seems to be specifically for building like another room. And it's notable because this room is inside the walls. So it's a secret room. And not only did it cost basically nothing to build because it's basically a hole, but also it's on the shelf. So, so financial records are checking out as far as, spending because they're very particular about that. But if you didn't look at this one, that would also be fine. You learn that it's probably on the second floor somewhere. Or no, it's probably on the first floor somewhere. Sorry. And it's probably hard to find given the fact that its entrance is approximately 3 feet tall. Other than that, the rest of the little pamphlet is just like back and forths, like, with an architect, with the money guy, just like, hey, is it structurally sound? Yes, here's the cash, here's a receipt, that sort of thing. No sort of record on what's in the room.
Part of me wants to be like, oh, sweet, eruption tome. Free, but the other part of me is like, oh god, if Normanth notices that a magic tome has disappeared from his shelf, he'd probably be super pissed.
It's okay.
But,
You can always come back for it right before we leave or something.
yeah, I mean, I have to return the ring, so yeah, she'll also examine the eruption tome and also take that off the shelf.
Okay, she's keeping the eruption tome?
She's borrowing the eruption tome.
Okay, you can add that to your inventory.
Hell yeah.
All right. And before we go any further with Faustine's Faust venture, Temperance, where have you been? What's going on, girl?
Temperance has immediately gone searching for the highest point in the castle.
Okay.
Oh.
She's turned around at the stairwell, unfortunately, by one of the guards, because he doesn't want people entering other wings of the castle at the moment. They've been instructed to not let people through, without special permission. But he does direct you towards a different stairwell that leads up to sort of like the turret on the roof.
Yeah, that's fine. She just wants somewhere high up.
Mm-hmm. Hey, look, there she is.
Mm-hmm.
Shit.
Woohoo!
So, is there like an outdoor area or like a roof she can climb her out up onto?
Yeah, definitely.
All right.
Big stony circle.
Mm-hmm. She's just kind of lean over and look out over the edge onto the environment
Mm-hmm.
below.
Anything specific she's looking for, or is she just taking in the view?
She's just taking in the view.
Nice, nice. A bird flies overhead, just kind of like lands on the turret right next to you for a minute. You can see that it's nothing crazy. It's just like a little
Mhm.
pigeon. But it hops around. It investigates your elbow. Like, oh, food? Not food. Flies away.
She's just looking out and kind of sighs and just kind of tries to exist for a little while. Decompress.
Okay. Does she want to make any sort of checks up here? Or is she just vibes? She doesn't have to.
She wants to think about uh what she might know about this town that they're going to as somewhere that she's passed through like once maybe briefly. She's traveled around the area.
Mm-hmm. What?
Sorry. Tiamat.
Oh, one second. I just
Sorry.
sent a tweet to the wrong person. Lamau. Sorry, I saw the hot guy from the commercial. Not the commercial.
What?
The,
What?
the old man from T-Met. I'm trying
The
to send
old
it.
man.
My love. Your
And I just sent it to Cheppy by accident.
Did you mean to send it to me?
Yeah,
Oh my! Very good, thank you, Sam. Okay,
Sorry, yeah.
wonderful roleplay. Let's continue.
Okay, yeah, you want to make a, let's say a history check. Or, you know what, you can
Right.
make any sort of check, depends on what information you're looking for.
Wants to think about what the people there were like, try to remember what kind of shenanigans occurred in her maybe one night she spent there once.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Then that can be a history check if she's specifically dwelling on her history.
I mean, she's terrible at history, but I don't know what else it would be. Unless I can somehow apply tactics to this.
You can try to approach what you know about the town from a tactical sense. Maybe ponder on things you could do with the information you've been given.
Yeah, I think she did. Actually, let's see.
It's up to you.
Make a history roll. Might as well. It's the same modifier on both.
So you're making,
I
sorry, a history roll?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, my stomach growled so
Oh,
loudly
no.
I could not hear
That's a
the
2.
microphone.
That's a 2.
A 2? You think for a long, hard moment about, your experiences with this town, your storied history, and then you realize you were asleep for a large majority of the time. But the food was pretty good. It was some sort of small bird, but damn if they don't know how to cook.
Probably remembers a vague memory, like, oh yeah, the guy that I beat up in the alleyway that time. He kind of looked like this. The bird was good though, and they had good meat, as already established. Nothing useful.
Sad stuff. But I'm sure
She's
that
just
alley
killing
beating was
time
fun.
until the mission. She's not much for prep and all that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so she's just gonna hang out on this roof for a little bit?
Yep.
Okay, well then we will turn to Theodora. How's Theodora doing? What's she doing in the...
I think when she finishes packing her stuff, she goes wandering a little bit, looking for anything, but just like looking to see what is even in this place.
Okay, so just like other rooms and such.
Yeah, like
You've
where we haven't been, and like if someone is standing there, being at all imposing in a way of like don't go past this, then like she's not going near that person.
okay. So you are naturally turned away either by aura of guards or just like
Yeah.
being explicitly told not to from several rooms. And these seem to be, like um where people are. You wander by the meeting room again, and
Mhm.
nobody's in there this time, but a guard just kind of like shoos you away, like you don't you have better things to do. Um, a couple different like parlors. You find some with people, some not. You find a couple maids sitting on a balcony, just kind of chatting, and they all skitter away as you approach.
Oh no.
um, and you find in a pantry in a back corner of some hallway you've managed to wander down, glasses. The woman, not just her clothing. She turns to you and she says, "Oh, hi again."
Oh, hi. Did you manage to get that tea sorted out?
I did. Your idea was so good. Thank you so much.
Oh, it wasn't me. Actually, that was a better idea than I had, so I should probably write it down somewhere.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm just so bad with faces. Well, I found a horse cleaning brush, down at the stable, and that worked just fine.
Oh, that's great.
I just
That
hope there
sounds
was no
perfect for a
horse on
fast.
it.
Yeah.
Anyways, what are you doing around these parts?
Oh, I just wanted to look around. We're only going to be here for so long. Um, you
Just
don't
looking around, huh?
know,
Oh, no,
yeah,
you don't.
you
You go.
don't know if there's any I cannot think of the word. Um,
Try to vibe it out. It's okay.
yeah.
She's patient.
Oh, well, we saw the training hall, but I guess I was just looking for somewhere to kind of sit, I guess. Not
Sit. Well,
full of people.
what's up? Sorry. Huh?
Just like that's not full of people. And
Oh, well, I can show you to a private sitting room if you like. There's plenty. There's not that many people here, so most of the guest entertainment areas are pretty empty.
oh, it's okay. You can. I don't want to interrupt your job.
No, that's okay. I'm just stocking shelves here. And then she shoves something very like far back on the shelf where she's never gonna be able to reach it without hurting somebody.
Oh no.
I'll take you right there. What's your name again?
Oh, I'm Theodora. What's your name?
I'm Penny. Nice to meet you. And she holds out her hand.
Theodora will shake your hand.
Okay, she has art.
Yeah, I was gonna ask.
Show me.
Penny is here.
Penny.
Oh,
Oh no,
Let's
she looks
kidnap
so
her for the
nervous.
campaign.
What's
yeah.
up?
Recruit her.
Penny shakes your hand roughly.
Yeah.
She has obviously forgotten your status, otherwise she would probably not be doing so.
Yeah.
And then she lets it go and she kind of like tosses what she's holding back onto a shelf where it clatters off the wall before kind of bouncing to the floor. She does not pick it back up again. And she says, "Follow me!" And she marches off out of the room.
Okay. Theodora will follow her.
She it's not a very long walk. She takes you right down the hall to sort of a simpler room. And she says, "Lots of yellow in this one. I hope you like yellow." And then she opens the door to reveal the fact that this is the room where they've been hiding all the banners of your family house that have been temporarily replaced by the people currently hanging out at the fortress.
Yeah.
It's so
Nobody
good.
hangs out in here because it's not clean.
Yeah, that works. Thank you.
No problem. Let me know if you need anything else. Can I get you some tea?
No, I'm okay, thank
Okie dokie. I'll be back in that closet picking up all the things I dropped. Anyways, goodbye. She proudly
Bye.
marches away.
I love her so much. Penny, my beloved.
Penny looks like if Daria got a job at a maid cafe and was very overwhelmed by it.
I don't know who that is.
It's a cartoon.
Oh, sorry. I only watch good TV, like Naruto.
You haven't watched Naruto, I thought.
I have not watched Naruto. I'm sorry. I'm a poser.
Called out on Twitch. Hey, everybody. fake
Liar.
it.
I'm sorry. I only watched the Caves episode of Planet Earth over and over again on repeat. Okay, so now that Theodore is alone in this room, are you just chilling?
Is there anything in here besides like stored banners and things?
Not really. It is mostly like you know, you see a lot of your house's symbology everywhere. You see a couple like pieces of guards clothing that are like half neatly folded in a corner.
Yeah.
You know, just some basic items. You know, the sash that goes across a suit of armor is here. And she wasn't lying. A lot of yellow.
um. Hold on. I need to roll something just for opinions. I think Theodora like sits in here for a minute, and then is kind of like, no, this is not very good vibes. I think.
Bro, they stored me with all the
She's like, this is like, I never left home.
Oh.
But
Oh.
she just like quietly like opens the door and goes back out to just like walk around.
Okay, as you go back out to walk around, you hear a loud crunch and a clatter from the closet where Penny is presumably still stacking
Oh,
things.
God.
You hear her say, "Oh darn," before you know, continuing to shuffle around in there.
She should get her glasses checked.
If anybody wants to run into Faustine, they can, because she is going to be casually looking around, seeing if she can find any particularly obvious rooms.
Okay, I'm gonna check
Sure.
in with Honora first.
Yes, of
Yeah.
course.
Okay,
I'm
Honora,
just
what are we
putting
up
that
to?
out there.
Yeah, I'll
think-
come bring my perception stat, but Honora first.
I believe Nora wandered down to the first floor.
Okay, on the first floor are the kitchens, and the training ground, and you know, the smithy
And the secret room.
and the secret room.
I think she's past. Like, I think she might be heading towards the kitchen.
Mhm.
But could I do a roll to see if I see anything?
Sure.
Something's
Are-
alright.
Wait, are you in the kitchen or are you out of, like, on your way?
I'm out. I'm like walking around.
Okay, yeah, sure. Go ahead.
A bingus. Ooh. Oh no. Oh. That's a 2.
2, you
That's
see
a
a lot
2.
of walls and some
Mm.
floors. You see a couple ceilings. Oh, a
Good
window. That's
architecture.
festive. No, you don't see shit.
Oh. I guess I don't. Okay, so she's gonna go over to the kitchen, but I think she's not trying to like go in there and mess with people, but I think she's trying to listen and see if she can't hear them
The
talk
kitchens, you
about
said?
something. Yeah.
Okay, can you make a perception check? Because it's kind of loud in here, because people are, you know, it's lunchtime, so people are cooking.
That's a 12.
12?
What were they cooking?
What were they cooking? You don't catch up on any like super meaty gossip, but you find out that, oh, okay, baby food is being prepared over here. They're very, very particular about that, and Lord Normanth has a very special tea that he drinks that needs to be prepared all the way in the back. But other than that, everyone's just kind of running around, you know, stuff's being cooked, frying pan sound, etc.
This. Could I? No. The tea is setting off my suspicion meter. I don't know why. Could I?
He's an old man. He needs a special tea.
He's like
Yeah, his baby
visually
food.
maybe in his 50s.
He's an old man.
Could I?
He
Could
needs
I-
it for his virility.
Ew.
Oh no!
Oh shit!
Gross.
Could I ask somebody about the tea?
You're welcome to walk up to the
If
person
that's
preparing.
canon, oh my god.
Is this Viagra tea, bestie?
Do you want to? Okay, what are you saying to the person preparing this tea?
Yeah.
Please don't.
Yeah, let's establish that.
Hold on, I gotta scroll again. Good lord. Okay.
That smells rather nice.
The cook who's making it, just kind of looks up at you with a wrinkled nose. Clearly, she does not agree. She says, "Oh, absolutely! It's his favorite."
Where is it? Where does it come from?
Oh, you know, we get it shipped in. He brought some of his own. We just make it. Tight smile.
Sus.
Would you like to
Diplomatic
perform
way
a
of
medicine
saying,
check?
I don't know,
or-
I don't get paid
I would
to
like.
ask.
I would like.
Oh,
to
for
perform-
those unfamiliar, food are medicine checks because food is medicine for your soul.
I
Does that
would
make
perform a
sense?
medicine check. Here we go.
Could you get away with a nature check if it was like a fruit or something?
Yeah, probably. If it's like
Okay,
found
I
in
was
nature,
just curious.
yeah, you can make a
Yeah.
nature
That
check.
is. Oh. That's a -1.
Oh no!
Mmm, yummy tea.
There are some leaves.
She
Annoying
sure
hot
she sure
water.
is pouring and grinding things up in a cup of some sort. You assume that's how tea is made.
Honora's going. Just dips her head and then dips out of the kitchen. Oh, I'm so bad at perceiving things. Me and my -4 wisdom modifier.
This is painting such a beautiful picture of Honora. I like it a lot.
She walks up. Look at this thing. Yeah, face value. Walks out.
Suspicious? Excuse me, I did not realize how delicious this tea was. Goodbye.
This tea is going, Alright, good job, Adora. Cringe fail. She just returns back out to, I guess, walking about the halls. I don't think she's gonna make a... Are you guys coming downstairs?
Yeah,
I
you
think
guys all drifting your way
that's what
downstairs?
she was.
Are you guys drifting your way downstairs?
Yeah,
Okay. So we can have you guys meet up on the first floor if that works.
yeah.
Has Faustine been able to find anything in the meantime?
In the
I'm going to assume
meantime?
not, but I'd like to roll.
Oh yeah,
because
yeah. Go ahead. Sorry, I totally forgot.
No problem. I just figured she's had at least enough time to do a
What
little
what
bit
is
of
she
looking
specifically
around.
looking for?
She now knows that there is a room on the first floor somewhere that is inside the walls with a small entrance, and she's intensely curious about it, and she would like to know what that room is.
Okay, so she's looking
She's
for the
looking.
room.
She's trying to look for it while also being as like casual and covert about it as possible,
Mm-hmm.
because she doesn't want to like insult the guy that she's working for, and also is like a pretty important guy in noble society in Jormungand.
Mhm.
So
Of course.
she's got to be stealth about it.
Of course.
Secret
Yeah,
room.
sure. Make your roll.
I
That's probably
rolled
perception
an
check.
8.
8.
No.
8 total. She hasn't found shit on her own.
You're tapping walls to check how hollow they are, and you get a couple weird looks from guards because you're not being as stealthy as you think you are.
She when she notices the knock, she immediately stops, and then from there like finds nothing else. Like, wow, this is a lot harder than I thought it would be.
So we run into her, I assume.
Mhm.
Where I run, like,
Mhm.
Nora turning the hall, Faustine knocking on walls. She, like, raises an eyebrow and, like, approaches her. What are you doing?
Oh, Honora. And she's gonna take a moment to make sure that there are no guards nearby before she talks to her about this.
Yeah, you're good.
And lowers her voice.
Mm.
So I discovered that there is a secret room somewhere in this fortress. I realize I'm lowering my voice on instinct as she's speaking with a lowered tone. I'm not going to continue speaking that way, but just assume she is speaking with a lowered volume.
Mhm.
There's a secret room somewhere on the first floor of the fortress. I
Oh.
I can't help but be immensely curious about what it might be. I mean, it has a very small entryway, like I would say about at least half the size of a normal doorway, perhaps more. And it's somewhere, by what I can tell, it's somewhere inside the walls.
In
I mean, what could be
the
there?
Me, I'm
Don't
living
you
in your
want to know?
walls.
hmm. Let me roll something. Okay, yeah. Nora is unusually peaked. She. Now that you mention it, where did you find all of this?
It was in the library.
Oh,
See,
well,
when
if it
I
was
was
in the
little-
library.
When I was little, I had it wasn't really the same, but I had a little space that I had cordoned off all for myself where I kept my the books that I had in my journals and everything. It was my own little secluded private space away from everything else. And I'm wondering if it might be something like that. Maybe he's got some kind of like secret books in there that he doesn't keep in the public library. I want to find it. I don't like I'm not going to take anything from it, of course, because that would be so
Well,
obvious, but I just want to know.
if you're not going to.
Don't you ever just want to know things, Honora?
Typically not what is not given to me, but you
Oh, we're not-
seem interested, and you're not you're not going to take anything.
All right, let's see. They didn't. I'm guessing the pamphlet didn't have any indication about like, oh yes, this door will have this pattern carved into it as well, or anything like that. I don't know why I said it like that.
The snooty noble voice.
Yeah. All it said was that the doorway is about 3 feet tall. And then it's on the first floor. Sam.
Oh, sorry. Are you rolling for
It's
something?
okay. I was asking, like, did the pamphlet just said
Sorry.
that the doorway is about 3 feet tall?
Yes,
No
the
other
doorway
details?
just said it's about 3 feet tall and it's on the first floor somewhere, and it
Okay.
fits between two walls.
All right.
Do
Can
you,
I?
do you guys want to run into Theodora as well?
Yes. And then we should have. Well, I mean, I guess Faustine's had her crack, but then perhaps a
She's on crack?
door.
Faustine cracked nothing.
Yeah. Then perhaps we all group up and then we could join forces to knock on these
Yeah.
walls.
I'm
Hey.
sure they tell
Faustine
Theodora
is like,
what to
I'm the ideas guy. You're the guy that actually does the thing. I have the ideas.
Can I have another pee break?
Yeah.
There's so much
Go and
Sprite.
drink your Sprite, baby.
I like Sprite. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
God. Yeah, when Faustine started doing her thing, I was like, Nora wouldn't. But wouldn't she though? You are a Peter case I rolled. She got a 5 both times. She's snooping. She's snooping.
She's like, what if Lord Normanth is the dissenter?
She's like, oh,
A terrible lie.
This reminds me when I was playing my my like Bloodborne-esque game, the one that I played Pebble in, and one of the players was playing a changeling who was telling the party like, oh yeah, I've got a contact that can help us with this, and it turns out the contact was one of their faces. So they were like, hold on, I'm gonna go get him. And then she goes down the street, turns a corner into an alleyway where they can't see her. She turns into the contact and then comes back out and is like, hello guys, I'm the contact. Don't ask me where don't ask me where your friend is. I sent her on a job for me. You know, one for her, one for me. So what's up? And the one guy in the party that was actually a member of like the town guard was like, this is really suspicious. I'd like to roll insight. And the DM is like, okay, but you're rolling at a disadvantage because you've literally never seen a changeling before. And then the player rolled 2 nat 20s.
Oh. We gotta find this door, guys. I think there's a guy in there. And by
You need him.
Homunculus?
Me covering
Yeah.
Nora's ears right now. She's got no idea. I need me the Tiamat. Where's the guy?
What's up?
Faustine, like,
There's a guy.
I want to know
We think there's a
things
guy
that
in
are
the
hidden
wall.
from me.
Nora's like, curiosity piqued.
If you
Perhaps
tell me
he's
I'm
dissenting.
not allowed to know this thing, that makes me even more motivated to know this thing.
And Nora failed her don't go snooping roll. Go
It's
snooping.
snooping time? Alright, snoop away. Sorry, let me take the 5-minute break thing off. There we go.
Yeah.
30-second break.
Alrighty.
Oh.
Theodora time?
Theodora time.
Yeah. What perception perhaps?
What are you perceiving specifically? Where are you right now?
we're all in, I assume, the general area that this secret door is supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
So Theodora.
I'm going to just assume that Theodora rolled up at some point in Faustine's breakfast, like, it's hidden and I want to find it.
Is Temperance here too, or is Temperance roof chilling? Pokes Annika.
Hey Annika,
Pokes
where is
Annika.
Temperance right
Are
now?
you gonna come help us find a guy in the wall?
Pokes
I
Annika.
think there's a guy in
Temperance
there.
has probably made her way back down. She's probably on her way to her rooms to go get something.
Okay. So are you with the rest of the party?
Yeah, kind of stumbles and is like,
Yeah.
what are you all up to?
Faustine
Walks
wants
in
to
on you
find
like
a wall.
like frantically motioning at each other and like there's a secret. What's going on over here?
And Nora with like little secrecy turns like her head to face her. Faustine wants to find a hidden room in the walls.
Oh,
Yeah.
what's inside of it?
Mm.
No.
Money?
So exciting.
Mm.
I just want to see
Oh.
what's there.
The really good cheese.
Like mouse.
Maybe?
Mm. Shall we get searching then?
Yeah.
Alright.
Please.
Roll. What are we rolling, Sam? To find this.
You can do either a perception check to continue observing the rooms around you, or you can do a tactics check to perhaps do a little mental thinking as to if I was putting a secret room in my fortress,
Yeah.
where would I do it?
Alright. I'll do a.
Um.
Okay, what is everyone doing before we roll?
Okay.
Maybe we
I don't
split it.
have a positive or negative proficiency in either of those. So either of those rolls is just going to be a flat d20 if I am allowed to roll again.
Yeah, you can roll again.
Yeah. I have like a +5 if I roll perception, so.
I'll just say that I'm rolling tactics just because it's different.
Oh no.
What are we
You-
rolling to do
Find
exactly?
a secret
Tactics?
room.
Tactics
Secret
to sort of
door.
suss out where would I put a secret room in my fortress versus perception for where can I potentially notice the 3-foot door that is going to be somewhere on the first floor
In this
not,
general
like,
area.
not like somehow on like a doorway, like not on like a hall joint or something.
All right. Can I also roll tactics?
Of course.
Alright, then I'll take a perception roll. Baba booey.
I rolled an 8 for tactics.
I got an
Justin
8
is
for
too excited.
perception.
I got a 17. For
So
what?
I add the mod, but
perception.
if I'm proficient, I add 6
Yeah.
or 4.
Or you add 4 because it's +4
4,
-6.
okay.
Yeah.
So that's a 16 in total
16.
on tactics.
Okay.
Faustine's too excited about the idea of a secret room to
Wait a
figure
minute.
out any
I have to add
logic.
my wisdom modifier, right?
Yes, you do.
Oh shit, sorry, it's a 13.
13. Okay. Theodora, you take a look around at the hall you're standing in, and you think, I don't see any fucking doors. So, it's probably not out here. You've observed as much. And, Temperance, you're someone who thinks about hiding things. Probably not
Occasionally.
every second of the day, yeah, but occasionally. If I were putting a secret room in my place, where would I put it? And then you think about cheese, and you think, secret kitchen space sounds pretty good.
It's
Temperance,
possible.
share. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
It's possible that if you're going to be hiding something among the storage that already exists, maybe back behind a cellar of some kind for food or for
That's
kitchen.
interesting and might be a little difficult to look for considering how much staff was in there.
Unless someone were to distract them, I guess.
That sounds like you could very easily get back to Lord Normand or Anthea.
Not
That
if
would
we act like the distraction is an accident.
Maybe with the help of a maid.
You might be right. You might be right.
A particularly clumsy maid who's very eager to help her guests.
I don't want to get her in further trouble.
Well, it sounds like you have a good idea. I'll leave this up to you.
Temperance's response to that is like, wait, what? Oh?
You in the general, not you in the specific.
Oh.
Out of character. I'm just saying. I think we could get. Let's go find Penny and make her fuck up again, and then everyone's gonna be too busy fixing her fuck up.
And Faustine is saying, "You've got an idea. I don't have one. Go on ahead. Do your idea."
Alternatively, we find some way of convincing the people working there that we have the authority to be doing what we're doing on behalf of the Lord.
Like intimidation or deception? I'm good at intimidation.
I was thinking more like, we're here on official business, don't mind us.
Is anybody good at perception? I mean, deception?
No. I have persuasion and charisma, but not deception.
Persuade.
Well, persuasion might work for that.
Wait, what's the difference between charisma and persuasion? Like, what's charisma?
Charisma is all the things you could perceivably say to someone that don't fall under persuasion or deception.
Cool.
All right.
I'm trying to fluff myself up, and I do it successfully or unsuccessfully.
You know, they just let you in because you're kind of like a funny little guy.
Shall we want to go try and use Faustine's funny little guyness? I mean, she has arguably acted the most like a noble, so she could probably. I think we go try that. I need to find the secret room, guys. I think there's a guy in there. I want that guy.
All right. How about this? I'll try to distract them while you three look for the room.
Okay.
I don't think they would believe that you're here on official business, Temperance. No offense meant, but simply because of the earlier encounter, the chef might suspect otherwise. And I wouldn't dare ask Theodora to try and talk her way through this situation. And I think that Honora is better off searching. So I can talk to them and keep their attention on me while you three look around the kitchen, see what you can find.
That sounds like a plan. She looks to that.
Theodora looks extremely relieved that no one is going to be asking her to intimidate anyone.
I mean, it's not like they can just fire us. They need this guy arrested, right?
And if anything, I suppose we could just say that we got lost. Again.
Well,
let's get to it!
That's about as good an idea as we have. Without, God forbid, that maid's going to get herself fired without our help. We can just leave her out of it.
Can we look around outside the kitchen first, at least?
Yeah,
like
that sounds
like
like a
just
good
like
idea.
in the vicinity.
Yeah.
Excellent thought, Theodora. Let's look outside the kitchen first.
The kitchen is also opened by a big set of double doors, but they're not really like fancy. They're just kind of like, so more people can enter and exit at the same time. Nothing really of note. There's a potted plant here that looks particularly sad. But other than that, it's just kind of, you see an occasional maid or butler just exit, take a quick look at you like, oh, people, and then go on their way when they realize you're not, in their eyes, they don't know you. They don't know you're important.
Well,
alrighty.
I think that we have as good an idea as any. Are we ready?
Yep.
All right, so Faustine will enter the kitchen. What is it like right now?
It's lunch hour. It's busy. People are going everywhere. Everyone seems to be very focused on their own tasks. Yeah, things are happening. Things are happening.
Faustine will gesture for the party to just kind of disperse and look, we'll go back to the party and tell them, start looking. If they ask you what you're doing, tell them that you wanted to get something to eat before you had to get on the road. Because we're on a mission for Lord Normanth, we need to have our energy up, so we should eat something before we leave.
Can everyone make a stealth check for me?
Yeah.
Is that what is stealth?
Or sleight of hand, excuse me. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm bad at sleight of hand. This is gonna be great.
God.
I literally specifically
22.
took that as a negative.
22?
20.
Theodora, you fade into the background like a ghost.
Yeah.
20.
20? Temperance, you also somehow managed to avoid the gaze of the chef that is still throwing around that knife as if, he was born to do it.
Temperance immediately goes over and grabs like a bag of flour that she can heft up in front of her face, so she's just kind of a person carrying a thing and just moseys on in.
And what'd everyone else get?
I got, with my modifier, it's a -1.
Clank, oh, no. Clank, 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 clank. There's a knight in the kitchen now. A lot of people upon your entrance look up with varying states of like seriousness or like attention, like, oh geez, someone important has entered, and then they're like, oh, we don't know you, and then they just kind of like stare at you like, okay, we don't know you. So like, why are you here?
Because my sleight of hand is -6, my total is 9.
9? Faustine, you slip in behind an aura, but you also look rather out of place in this kitchen, with your fine clothing and well put together appearance. You don't exactly look like a line cook. So people also look at you, but they look at you kind of differently, like, oh, is she here to like pick up a lunch or request something? Like a couple chefs like come up to you too, like asking like, do you need something to eat? What can we get for you? That sort of thing.
Faustine's gonna roll with that and be like, yes, actually, I thought it would be a good idea to get something to eat before we had to leave for Lord Normand's mission. What exactly do you have on offer right now?
The chefs are gonna go into their spiel of like offering you various food items, and this does seem to distract the ones who are looking around, which leaves
Nora's just falling in line with Faustine on this one. Like, yeah,
Faustine listening intently. And what goes into that?
All the chefs seem very happy to answer.
So you could just assume that that's going on if you want to have Trikey and Annika doing their roles and everything.
All right, Theodora and Temperance. How we doing? What are we doing? Sculpting?
Temperance is gonna make her way back to the I assume that there's some kind of main food cellar / like store, like there's a big storeroom somewhere.
Yeah, there's a big pantry at the far wall that you can tell houses much of.
Yeah, I'm gonna march in there as if I'm going to put this flour in the pantry, and I just Temperance just plops it down on a surface somewhere, creating a big poof of flour that runs away, and immediately looks around. Is there anyone else in here right now? Like, is anyone directly looking at me?
No. Not with
Okay,
that 20,
um,
it's not.
Theodora is here because she followed Temperance because she has no idea what exactly they're looking for.
Okay,
But
real quick before any other kitchen staff enter the room, Temperature's just gonna reach up and grab some of the good cheese.
Okay. You can add
Just
good
like-
cheese to your non-combat
Just
inventory.
a small block of good cheese.
It's like soft.
Like something you can palm.
Mm.
Yeah. Just like grab like, I don't know, like they cut a cheese wheel into like tenths or whatever, right?
It's
Just grab,
it's a,
like,
you know what
wedge.
you reach up, you grab a nice small wheel of like Gouda. Put that
Yeah,
away.
the good
The
cheese.
good cheese.
Um,
Gouda is
and
the
then-
good cheese.
following the plan, I would assume that if there was a secret door, it would probably be, I was told the dimensions and such, right?
Yes, of course.
So would assume that if there is a secret door and it's that small, it's probably down lower. It would make sense that if someone was supposed to be able to get things in and out of it or even go into it themselves, it would have to be down at crawling height or like leaning into height, not way up like at the top of the ceiling, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that
So-
makes sense to me.
Just gonna immediately just like, is it wall to wall shelving? Like are there any walls that aren't
It is
shelved?
wall to wall shelving.
All right. So I'm gonna like drop down and start like just gently leafing through things, poking around, trying to see if there's anything back there that looks out of place.
Perception check.
Please, please, no. That's a. The fuck is perception under? Oh, that's a 2.
Rip.
I rolled a 4.
Yeah, you
It
shuffle around
happens.
and in the relative dark of this this pantry, you don't immediately find something that screams secret door.
I'm just gonna like stand back up while pretending to grab something or whatever, and then look at Theodora and wait, it was Theodora followed me, right?
Yeah.
And say, can you see anything down in there? I can't make out crap.
Let me see. Oh shoot! Sorry, it fell off.
It's happened to me like 6
Tumbling
times. don't
down.
worry.
Just
I don't know
kidding.
where it
Kill
went. Hold
Trikey.
on, I'm just gonna get a different D20 out. This is getting
Makes
Oh,
weird.
this guy's got multiple D20s. He's swimming.
I have a bag of my gay bag
I
of
do
dice.
too.
I have
I have
one. I have one set of dice. It was $2.
my preferred dice sets that are in a jar that has Kirby on it, and then all of the rest are in one of my mini Amaro coffee tins.
Nice.
What is this? Perception.
Perceive.
12.
12. Not Temperance. Theodora. God, the names in this campaign are gonna get real
We're
messy.
Theo and Temperance.
Theodora, Temperance, Honora, Anthea. Oof. Okay. So Theodora, you perform the same check of the room that Temperance did. And you come upon a shelf that strikes you as rather strange. Because A, there's nothing on it except for like holding containers, like, you know, baskets and crates and stuff. And B, they're all nailed to the shelf. You cannot remove them.
Yeah.
So this strikes you as a slightly odd.
Yeah. Theodore just like pokes one of the things to be like, hey, these are nailed down.
It does not move. It is nailed down.
Yeah. Theodora looks for some kind of this is
What
weird.
do I do now? What do I do?
Yeah. Yeah.
Faustine still talking to the
Yeah.
chefs in like half distraction, half interest. Like, yes, but is your salmon? Is this salmon dish that you're making low fat?
They assure you, yes, of course, milady. It is
In
low
order
fat.
attempt to like move away and try and go look. Now that Faustine's distracted.
Okay, you want to make a check to do so? Sleight of hand.
Yeah. Yeah, another sleight of hand. That's a little bit better than before. This one's a 10. This one's a 10.
10. You manage to successfully slip away while Faustine distracts.
Alright.
Now, scene. I might as well just lean into being incredibly noticeable.
She's gonna head on into the
Anora, you're less like stealthing it out and more like, okay, well, clearly they're talking to these people and nobody wants to get in your way because you're very scary.
Yeah.
She's clearly
do you
being
want me to-
sent
do you
to
want
go
me
do
to roll
something.
it?
Don't talk to her.
You want me to roll again to attempt to slip into the pantry where my compatriots went?
Okay, you're now in the pantry.
Oh, shit. Hi.
Hey. So
Theodora's manhandling the nailed down
Theodora-
items on the shelf.
Theodora found this kind of weird.
Well, the entry is small. Have you looked under the shelf?
If we look at the floor, does it look like the shelf has been moved recently?
It does. There's no stuff piled up in front of the shelf.
Could I
Unlike
attempt to,
many
like,
of the other shelves.
Could I attempt to like pull on the shelf and see if it like slides or moves or anything?
Of course. Yeah, you yank on the shelf and it immediately scoots along almost as if the bottom of like the things it stands on, the feet of it are like oiled or something.
Well, that is not typical for shelves, I do not believe. She continues. She pushes it to like as far as it will go.
Yeah.
Behind the shelf is a plain stone wall, and in that plain stone wall is a small 3-foot tall wooden door with barely a handle.
Open it! Open it! Open it! Open it! What if you open it?
Theodora does not want to open it.
One of us should probably watch the door in case anyone comes in.
Theodora, would you prefer to be on guard duty?
Yes.
Okay. Temperance and
I want to see the homunculus.
I didn't say it was in there.
I know.
Temperance, would you like to go in first or attempt to open it?
Sure.
Alright.
Just gonna like kind of kneel down and try to open the door. Does it come easily? Like how?
You have to give it a hard yank, but it does open.
Oh.
Is it loud in this process?
It is completely silent.
Oh.
What's the interior look
That's
like?
not Anora.
The interior, it is the divide between the two walls is like basically nothing, so you can basically climb in. It is pretty much what you'd expect from a crawl space. Barely enough room for one person to move around, but inside someone has managed to cram a bed, a desk, and just like, personal affects.
Staring
You're gonna like
audibly.
lean back out. There's like someone's stuff. Like there's a bedroom in here. Someone's living in here.
Hold on, I need to roll something. Alright. Okay. Like, hold on. Could Anora squeeze in after her?
It's a tight fit, and you probably can't fit anyone else due to Anora being armor.
Yeah.
Temperance can climb out for her to poke around.
Alright. They swap places, I guess. Can I snoop around this room?
Of course, yeah. Do whatever you'd like.
There might be dissidents.
In this room?
In the crawl space.
In the crawl space, there could be dissidents. 18. Wait, hold on. Let me subtract.
Anora is trying to hide the fact that she is also very curious about the crawl space.
Maybe just a little bit. Maybe you've piqued her. Come on.
Wait, what did you roll? Perception?
Yeah, this would be a perception, right? So so it's a 14.
14. Alright, so the first thing you notice is the absolutely massive collection of knives on this desk. All of them are in very perfect condition. They've been cleaned, they've been sharpened, they've even been arranged with like precision. They're touching like tip to end, all lined up on the desk. Very meticulous. They're all just like basic steel knives, as far as you can tell at first glance. But they're just sitting there. Suspicious.
Yeah, could I peek a little further at the knives? Try to get.
Of course you can.
I guess this would be a weaponry.
Yes, a weaponry check.
They all have have Anthea engraved on the handle.
Okay, so just to would I be adding my strength and weaponry modifier to this, or just weaponry? 'Cause I
Just-
am proficient in weaponry.
So you're adding strength mod always. Always add your
Yes.
modifier, and then if you're proficient, add your proficiency. Or negatively proficient, negative your proficiency.
Like when I rolled it.
I got it.
In sleight of hand.
I got it. 28.
28, Jesus Christ. You pick up some
Yeah,
of the
Christ.
knives, you observe them, most of them are steel, and then you pick up one that just like glimmers the slightest bit of purple. And you pick up this knife and you observe it, and you've seen this kind of knife mostly on like bandits and stuff, sometimes assassins. This is the knife Forbidden Fruit.
Ooh.
I'm running to the weapon sheet.
Hold on a moment. Honoris looks blankly as
Loading screen. Forbidden fruit. One-handed blue dagger, 1d2 physical damage, effective against undead, inflicts poison on hit, +5 to sleight of hand checks.
Oh, very nice.
See, I don't think I should be taking anything from this secret room.
Yeah, then they'll know someone was here.
Yeah, and if we get caught with it, I don't. Honora puts it back down like as she saw it. What else did you say was in this room? Like upon for these.
There's
bed?
there's a bed that is absolutely neatly made. And there is kind of like a satchel full of clothing. You can see at the end of the bed there's no really where else to put it. But other than that, you find a couple papers just kind of like stacked on the floor in the corner. No other real. Oh, and like a candle for seeing. There's no windows.
Could I check out what's on those papers?
Yeah, sure. Do you want to do a scholastics check?
Yes. Okay. All right.
And Nora picks up
Rolling.
the page. Oh yeah, I can't read.
Okay, I got a 15. That's a
15.
Nice.
15.
Good at
On
reading.
the paper, you find nothing with like names on it or anything, but you do find a couple interesting things. Specifically about Lord Normanth. Apparently,
Oh.
he has very specific ways that he likes doing things. The paper doesn't go into the ways he likes to do things, but this person is keeping a very close eye on Lord Normanth for whatever reason.
Does it have info about like his schedule and his movements or anything on it?
Not like down to the minute, but it says like his vague day-to-day activities.
All right, again, I'm not
Like
taking
I'm not
anything
in
out of
there,
this
but
room.
it sounds like someone in his staff is plotting to murder him.
Yeah, it does kind of sound.
Somehow from a hole that he had. Well, but this place isn't his. He showed up here.
Ooh, what if Anthea had? Ooh. Okay, I would like to. Okay, all right. The satchel with clothing. I'd like to look in there. What do I
Okay,
need
yeah.
to roll for that?
Yeah, just a perception check will be fine.
What color vibes are we looking for on the person who owns this stuff?
Yeah, for real. That is a 11.
The clothing is fairly nondescript. It's all like dull, dark colors, kind of what you'd expect from the average like common folk store. Nothing of specific make, no crests, nothing that would denote who it belongs to. The only thing you can really get from it is that the person it belongs to is fairly tall. Not super tall, probably like Theodora's height.
Okay. And okay, well, Anthea's short.
Yeah.
She's like 5'3". How tall is Penny?
Penny's like a little bit shorter than Theodora, like not by much.
What if the maid is an assassin?
Yeah.
Hear me out. The clumsy bit is all an act.
No,
She's-
I completely understand.
Yeah, okay. So, okay, I checked the papers, I checked the clothes.
There's no
Check.
personal effects in here, really,
Besides the supplies,
Could-
no.
Ooh, could I check like under the bed or like under the pillow?
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
Bingus. Where's my roll? Where's my thing? All right, modifier. 14.
You lift the pillow, afraid of what you'll find. Nothing.
Oh.
Under the bed.
Under the. Oh yeah. I guess let me get under that bed.
Nora shoving herself on the floor.
Nat 20.
Sorry, the people outside just hearing clang, 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 clang. Source engine collision sounds.
Okay.
I got a nat 20 for my roll under the
Holy
bed.
shit. Honora, you cram yourself under the bed, and at first you don't see anything, and then you see a hair dancing its way across the floor.
I snatch up the hair.
Okay, you snatch up the hair, and in the candlelight you can see that it's kind of a reddish color.
Oh shit!
No.
Hi, Fantasy. Okay. All right. Are there? So I just noticed Rand in the comments saying Black Butler. Yeah, no, there's murder made from Black Butler. Guys, I'm just okay, whatever. Is there anything else? I'm stepping aside to the party. Is there anything else we think I should check?
No, we should close this up before someone comes in.
I agree. Okay, Honora, having feel like I've exhausted all of the options from a video game standpoint, she scoots on out of there, clanging quietly, I hope.
You know, a reasonable amount of clanging given the situation.
Yeah. Okay, so I scoot on out of there to Temperance and Theodora, and I'm like, hey, so I think there's a dissident in this castle. I smell a dissident.
Yeah.
So in there I found papers that were like, they were tracing Lord Norman's, like, his general movements. Maybe not to the T, but enough to raise concern, I would say. Then and there are plenty of knives. Laid out with great care. Blades of banditry and such.
Before
Some not. Some.
sorry to interrupt you, but shouldn't it be accounted for that, yes, tracking someone's movements, it does arouse suspicion that they might harm them, but would that not also be the behavior of someone who wants to protect someone?
Perhaps. I just, considering the nature of the room, you'll have to forgive me for being concerned. But I believe our most, my most damning piece of evidence, because everything was relatively nondescript, the bed was very well made. Almost like, and then she, because she's seen Penny at this point, she knows the color of her hair. She pulls up the strand of hair.
I'd like to say it's dark as shit in this room.
Oh, yes. You cannot I realize now, pulling it out, hearing the voice of God in my ears, it is dark in this room, but please trust me when I say this hair is red, like perhaps a certain someone who may have spilled tea all over one of us in this room right now. And this
Have
is
any of us seen...
I would also like to add, considering this room is in a kitchen, a maid going in here would not be shocking. That would be normal, I believe.
Temperance just kind of pause for a moment, because she's aware that with the whole thing with... Actually, no, she wouldn't be aware of what happened with the waking of the children.
No.
Oh, never mind then.
So perhaps we leave before we're caught, and then maybe inform our dear friend Faustine, or not our dear friend, but our other companion Faustine.
Yeah.
So we skedaddle? Skedaddle?
Yeah. Let's get out of here.
Well, I guess Faustine's attention span is not that great because she's been chatting up the chefs. Can I like roll something to maybe get like some extra nice provisions for the road?
Of
or
course,
something?
yeah, go ahead. That's gonna be
What do I
probably
roll for
charisma or
that?
persuasion.
What do I?
Faustine
I'm sorry.
walking
What
out.
do I
Charisma or
roll,
persuasion?
Sam? I'm so sorry. Say that one more time.
Charisma or persuasion. I'm making it harder for you
Well,
to hear.
They are the same bonus because I rolled badly for luck when I leveled up, so it's a +4 either way. 16 total.
16? Yeah, you managed to get, like, you convince them, want to keep our soldiers strong, so they give you a little bit more protein. You throw some names around, Anthea's gonna be there, all that good stuff. And of course, you're going to be there, and they can't let a beautiful woman like you go to waste. Waste away in the plains. They want you to eat pigeon.
Stop you. You're so charming.
But yeah, they're more than willing to give you some extra provisions. They're not gonna send a chef, but they'll give you the stuff to make good food.
All right. So we all try to just leave the. We try to just leave the kitchen discreetly, or do we just kind of
maybe like one at a time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Quietly replace everything and then kind of just.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're now in the hallway together.
Yeah.
Faustine's like, thank you, and like takes her like whatever snack she might have gotten as well as she leaves, and she's like, this is delicious. So what did you find?
Well, you were
Good
correct.
cheese.
Yes, good cheese. But you were correct. There was a room, and I'm certainly glad you made us aware of it. For now, I'm concerned for Lord Normand's safety, if I may be quite honest.
Oh goodness, what happened?
Well, we found. Well, I found knives, some discreet clothing. Again, both tools of a would-be assassin, I would assume. Documents detailing the Lord's vague day-to-day and other such, and a very neatly made bed. And perhaps most damning of all, and then she pulls out the piece of red hair.
That she's been holding on to this entire time.
Yeah. Does this
non-combat
look
inventory?
Yeah, non-combat, adding that to her non-combat.
She looks at Nora. She looks back at the hair. I suppose?
Yeah, I was wondering.
The maid that spilled tea all over you, my lady.
Oh, yes, she also had red hair.
Yes. And the bed being neatly made. And Nora looks a little disappointed because she was like, oh, look, I figured it out. And now she's like, oh, they're not getting it. Oh, they're not figured it out. Oh, am I dumb?
Do we need to go speak to Lady Anthea?
I
think we might need to speak to Lady Anthea.
I think I would rather question the maid directly.
Can I see the pamphlet you found in the library?
Oh, yeah. Real quickly, I am going to also assume that we are like a decent distance away from the kitchen at this point.
Yeah, you're kind of standing by the smithy at this point, and there's no guards here.
Yeah. Yes, of course. Here. And she hands it over.
Go ahead.
Doesn't Honora also have red hair?
Yes.
But it's quite a different shade.
Is it a different shade?
It's a single strand of hair. It's
pretty
not
hard to tell from
super easy to
The
tell.
big difference would be if, like, Penny's hair texture is really different.
No.
Oh, yeah. Hey.
Not really.
Okay.
She's kind of got, like, Jormungandr local hair.
Yeah. I think, again, I stand by, we go find and question the maid directly.
I think that if you are so concerned, and I'm not disagreeing with what you found, I think that you ought to take it to Lady Anthea, because this is their residence right now. Quick question out of character, just to confirm. Because I believe this was mentioned earlier, Lord Normanth, like, this isn't his quote-unquote fortress. Like, he didn't build it. Like, they came in and
let me specify, because this would have been in your, like, summons. Lord Normanth does not live here. This is Killian territory. Usually this is like a skeleton crew staff sort of situation. Lord Normanth is from the capital. That's where he lives because he's the patriarch of his family. He's down here specifically to deal with this situation. Not a permanent residence. He's probably been here for like a month. So, but he's taking over the joint for the month.
Yeah.
So they're putting
What
banners
about
up.
his son and Anthea? They came
So
with.
are the servants all his too?
Presumably.
Well,
I
perhaps.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
This pamphlet, who exactly does it say this crawl space was commissioned by?
Yeah.
It does not have a name attached that you recognize. It seems to just be like an architect. So definitely not Lord Normanth.
Does it have a year?
It does. The year is approximately 200 years ago.
Aha.
Oh.
So
this was
it was
Yeah.
definitely here when they got here, when Normanth got here.
Yeah. So it's someone else found this probably using the room.
As you guys are standing around, looking over this little document, the door to the smithy opens, and Huldrick walks out, holding his, what appears to be a big sword in a sheath. And he walks out, and he looks at all of you.
Good
He doesn't say anything.
Lord Holdrick, might I ask you a quick question?
Theodore immediately snaps to attention behind her.
Yes, of course.
Thank you, my lord. The staff that's currently working here at the fortress, were they all brought here by your family, or were they already working here as part of Lord Killian's estate?
Most of them were brought here, but some work here year-round.
Out of curiosity, that maid we ran into before, actually, I just realized you weren't at that meeting. She's a rather tall lady, red hair, braids, thick glasses. Is she one of yours?
That's, yes, that's, my wife's personal assistant.
Ah. Well, that would explain why she took so much careful attention with her. Thank you so much.
You can see that he, vaguely cringes, but he's very quick to, nod his head at you and then, begin speed walking down the hall.
So, her personal attendant.
Oh no.
Whose personal attendant?
Anthea. So perhaps she's not. I can't imagine Anthea would ever want to move against her father-in-law, her lord father-in-law. Perhaps.
Okay, I'm
she's
I'm
a
gonna
spy
need to be
master.
refreshed on how this. So Anthea is the spy master
Yeah.
and is married to
Huldrick.
You just
the
saw.
son of Lord Norman.
Yeah.
Yes.
And we met Huldrick at the meeting.
Yeah.
He's the younger guy.
And
Okay.
right now.
He's the guy that Tempest was like, dude, he's hot.
Yeah.
The tall drink of water.
Yeah, hold on.
And
I got
so
art here. Bap.
Penny
The flash.
Jump scare.
Penny is Lord Normanth's daughter-in-law's personal assistant.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Here, I'll go through it. Lord Normanth, you know him.
Yeah. No, I'm good now.
His son.
His
son's
briefly
wife.
was confused over
His
who
son's wife's
Anthea
maid.
who Anthea was
So,
married to.
Out of character, I think realistically the answers here are either that Penny is actually doing spy shit for Anthea, and her being a maid is a cover-up, and she's just very bad at being a maid, or she actually is doing something underhanded and dastardly in this little secret room.
I don't.
I might have a suggestion. What if we asked Lady Anthea to bring her maid with us, because then whatever's going on, there's more time to figure it out when they're away from Lord Normanth.
Mm-hmm.
Do you
I
want
want
to
to
have Theodora
propose a
suggest
third.
that in character?
Oh yeah, I was.
Okay, just making sure. What's up,
I want
Annika?
to I want to propose a third theory.
Yes.
Yeah.
Penny is the actual spy master, and Thea doesn't actually know what she's doing on that front, and has the position for clout, and just has her assistant do the actual job.
I mean,
Also
possible.
distinctly
But
possible.
that would also justify asking Anthea if we should have Penny come along.
No, I don't disagree with
Yeah.
with the
Yeah.
plan of action per se. It's just the theory as to
Yeah.
All right.
So
Yeah.
anyway, if
Let's go-
Theodora suggests that we ask if Penny comes along, Faustine kind of claps her hands together and she's like, Theodora, that's a lovely idea. You should ask her.
Me?
I mean,
Well,
Correct me
it
if
was
I'm
your brilliant idea. You deserve credit for it.
and correct me if I'm mistaken, but I think you've spent more time talking to Miss Penny than the rest of us.
Oh,
Even more reason.
well, I think I'd have to ask Lady Anthea because she'd be in charge.
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure?
Oh, I think it's a splendid idea. You should definitely ask her.
Oh, do you want to try to persuade Theodora to do this?
I will roll a persuasion check for this.
Yeah.
Counter roll with a conviction check.
Okay.
Remind me what stat conviction goes to.
It doesn't go to a stat. It's just a d20.
Oh, okay.
It's your catch-all for I don't know how to counter roll.
Badly for that. My persuasion was 11.
I rolled a 6.
Weak ass convictions.
Yeah. Theodora has been convinced. Dark Souls font Theodora convinced.
Theodora. All right. I think that is the perfect place to cut the session for the night because time has flown and it is now 11:18 and I have to show off supports and also give you some character sheets. Or one character sheet. I'm just going to give you Anthea for now because that's the only person you technically recruited.
We're gonna get this maid though. We're gonna try. I think this maid is a lot more competent than she's letting on.
My
This is a
theory is that
bipolar
she's the real
situation.
spy master. That Anthea's just here for
I think
clout.
that's a delightful idea, but also when I look at Penny, with you saying that, I am instead thinking of fucking Roberta from Black
She's in the player folder.
If we ever see Penny with like an umbrella as a weapon, run. Run away.
You know, I did watch a little bit of Black Butler when I was younger, but that is not where my brain was going with this one. I will be real. Maybe like subconsciously.
I'm talking Black Lagoon. For context, there is a maid of a South American cartel family named Roberta, who literally in her first appearance goes to the bar to ask about where the cartel head of family's son is.
Mm-hmm.
And that umbrella she's holding has a fucking like shotgun in it.
Based. But I've
There's an
posted Anthea's sheet in
of her just wrecking shit.
I've posted Anthea's sheet in the player folder if you guys want to take a look. She's officially added to your
skills.
I suppose that if her sheet is actually competent, that kind of undermines the whole.
Yeah.
No, but it's a delightful
They could still be
theory.
co-bosses, yeah.
Yeah, it could just be that she's got stats on there, and that's just surprise. It is actually Penny's sheet. All Sam has to do is change the name. Oh.
Yeah, I'm playing some real meta shit with you guys. That'd be funny as hell.
Yeah.
Let me do
Is
the
the actual folder shared with us? Because I don't see it.
It
I just
is. Here, I can read it should be in pinned. If not,
okay.
I will put it in pinned.
Yeah, she's pretty cool.
Yeah, I like it.
Copy. Paste.
I like how.
Yeah, found it.
A little
you.
squishy, but
Anthea.
she's living.
Anthea's got negative support. Help yourself, idiot.
She's got a lot of Spicy.
She's like literally the opposite of Theodora. I think the magic. They share that.
She's a ninja.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Go girl, go.
Go ninja, go ninja, go.
And let me
I feel
just
like
quick
I
do the
didn't
supports.
make.
Yeah.
I feel like I need to make Faustine a little more outwardly passive aggressive.
We can always get more
Or
passive.
was I doing a really good job
No,
at it?
you
And I
were
just
you
No,
were already
I-
doing great.
okay.
I
good.
will say, I like Mallow. Mallow's a great person. I don't really like Faustine. She kind of makes
I think
my
she's
head hurt a little.
hilarious.
She's
Yeah.
great. She's a great character, but the kind of great character that is like nail on chalkboard to me.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yay.
Mhm.
Here
I'm
are the
trying
supports.
to broaden my portfolio.
And Temperance
so to
is
speak.
kind of afraid of her, actually.
Uh,
So, for those who are unaware how supports work, let me go over that for the gang. So, supports can range from F, which is very negative, to S, which is the absolute best. You are besties for life. F, the ones you really have to worry about are F and S, and the ones in between are generally just like, okay, like we're getting places. But F means if a character has an F support with another character, they will actively try to harm that character in some way. This could include F supports with yourself, which can be bad.
Godfried.
no.
Leave him alone. He's not here.
He's fine. He's at a
I
C
love
now.
that. I have to double check. Is this? Yeah, I love that Anthea has an S support with her. She loves herself, and she should.
Hashtag girl boss.
C support with her husband.
S
B.
supports mean that specifically
No.
if
Yeah.
a character you
RP,
have
yeah.
an S support with gets to 0 HP during battle or 1 HP if they're they do the permanent effects table and they're fine afterwards, that will activate senseless mode, which means you can then you can use your compulsion skill for as long as they are at 1 HP. If you don't know what that is, it's in the manual, I believe, and it's also on a lot of people's sheets. You will be receiving your compulsion skills before battle, I assure you. Not that I'm expecting any berserk staves or, budding romances, but when in
Who
Rome.
can say?
But yeah, S supports can be platonic or romantic. It's up to you guys. Or familial, The other thing is that if you get, if the 4 player characters get across the board A or higher supports with an NPC, for example, if you all decide you really love Penny, and Penny really loves you back, then you will get her group blessing, which means she will apply some sort of buff to your entire party as long as she continues to be alive. For example, in the other campaign, the group unlocked Amalthea's group blessing, which is that everyone on the team gets an extra 100 gold every time they kill somebody. No holds bars. So they're usually pretty good, little passive buff for the gang. I have not posted the the supports bonuses, the group bonuses yet, but I shall be doing so at some point before combat. Obviously you guys are nowhere near getting full across the boards with anyone. I mean, I guess if you're really nice to Penny, maybe you'll get there soon, but that's just something to be aware of, not something
maybe.
that's something to be aware of, not necessarily something to expect from a campaign this short. But
Of course.
I like that Temperance made that comment about Holdrick, and he apparently heard her and still is like C support, which is better than the other two feel about her.
What can I say? He's got things in his brain.
Yeah.
Anyone got questions about how anything works? Questions,
Not
comments, or
right
concerns about anything regarding the past 4 hours?
Concerned about the lack of homunculi.
We'll get there when we get there. I didn't say first session. I said I would put one in. It could be the first session, could be the last session.
Yeah, we heard something was in the walls and we got excited.
Yeah.
Gamers, we're already behind schedule. You guys were supposed to camp tonight.
Yay!
Well,
You put something in the walls,
I
Sam.
know. I put something in the walls.
We found it. Are you proud of us?
I'm literally so proud. I was like, man, I hope they find the thing in the walls. And then you did.
We found it in the walls. I found hair on the floor. Good job, Honora.
My favorite thing about the hair on the floor is that Honora picked up a piece of red hair and thought, ah, a dissident, not I'm under the bed with my red hair.
She's
Yeah, I
like,
was like, wait a
like,
minute.
She gets her hair picked back. She's like, no. It's outside. It's a murder plot.
I saw the opportunity when she was like, "Look at this red hair," and Felicity just looks at Honora's
Very
red hair,
nice.
looks at the red hair in her hand.
Honora's setting a single tear. At the dissidents.
We already have the vibes of a Scooby-Doo show.
Yeah, I really
I get
love
to
the
be the
party dynamic so
Daphne.
far.
Honora's your Great Dane who's sniffing out only dissidents, and she'll just, even if she doesn't find a dissident, she's gonna make someone look like a dissident.
Oh no, Honora!
She's like, vaguely dissident? Arrest this man.
Hey, can we also talk about how Normanth does not like his son or his wife?
Or his daughter-in-law, yeah.
Yeah.
Normanth has high standards. What can I say?
Damn, he likes Honora, Theodora, and Faustine
Because
more.
Faustine, like,
he hasn't met us
yay!
yet.
It's easy to
truly.
like someone you haven't met very well.
He likes Penny more than his son. Oh, that's so good. Oh,
He likes himself.
not Temperance though.
Yeah, well,
Ranger mercenary.
Temperance.
Hey, yeah.
not exactly likable.
You're on the
Oh,
same
like
level
it.
as his son in his eyes.
Yeah.
He's pretty pleasant with everybody except for her father-in-law, who she's like, fuck off.
Yeah, I know in the other campaign we'll like write up our characters' opinions on other characters as well, but obviously this is only session 1, so
Oh
I don't
yeah,
have that-
that's not required, but I will say
strongly
if you're
formed.
trying to form an S support with someone, it's got to be DM approved because you get actual bonuses from that.
Yeah.
So
If you wanna
Yeah.
fuck, you
Yeah.
gotta get permission.
or become BFFs, adopt, get
Yeah.
know.
Did
BFFs
Yeah.
can fuck if they want.
you mention the like jumping in front of other people's damage thing?
Oh
I might
yeah,
have
so
zoned out for it.
okay. If you have an S support with somebody and they're adjacent to you and they take a lethal amount of damage, you can jump in front of that damage for them, shielding them from that attack that would have killed them. All the NPCs have specific parameters at which they will jump in front of damage. They won't do it like for anything. For example, I think like just use Gare. His mechanic is that he's got to flip a coin to see whether he like locks up before that happens because he's nervous. So he's a 50% chance of jumping in front of damage for someone he's S supported. And a character like Amalthea is like she'll jump in front of anything because she's 16. She loves you very much.
Oh.
But
Alfreda's
no.
like, only if it's my dog.
that is literally what it's. I think it's like just family members and like low amounts of magic damage.
Yeah,
But-
I think a lot of them were like different hit dies of what they would tolerate.
Yeah. But I will deliver that unto you. Same I'll put it all in the same document, that way, it's visible to everyone. Bonuses as support stuff. I'm probably not going to make a list of compulsion skills just because there's not that many characters and you can just view it on their sheets.
Yeah.
You will be bestowed with one accordingly. Yeah. Any other questions?
Not for
Welcome
me,
to the
not right
game, bitches. welcome to my twisted mind.
Yeah, and the
Literally
weird shit
the-
that you keep in your
on my
walls.
lap. Also is here.
Hi, BB.
Hi, Phoebe.
Does she want to play?
No, she wants to knead on my stomach and my boobs.
All right. Well, let's leave her to that. I think we're
Yeah.
good for tonight. Thank you all so much for coming. I hope you had a good time, and I hope we're.
It's such a good time.
course.
I'm so
Yeah.
glad. I was nervous that new party. You never know.
Yeah.
but I'm
that we were
glad.
gonna fuck it up
Excited.
for you.
Yeah, which
We
one of you
could.
bitches?
There,
are-
yeah. There's gonna be a lot happening.
Well, you know,
with
because
this
some people
party
don't
when they
like
let us out on the
exploring,
road.
and then they're just like, on to
Yeah.
the next thing. I'm like, no, you don't understand.
I think
There is
this
so much.
event has caused me to realize that Faustine has a not so great attention span.
Oh, it's okay, Queen. There are things out there that will hold her attention.
Oh,
Very much so.
absolutely.
That sounds so threatening.
It should.
Oh
Good.
god.
For
I
real.
will
Thank
hold your
God.
attention and other things,
Oh.
like your throat, in my hand as I choke you.
Oh no.
Yeah. I was gonna say boobs, but you know, whatever works.
She
Wait.
does have,
That's Nora.
Damn.
That's
she
Phoebe's
do
job.
breast boobily.
She do be breasting boobly.
Sam,
yeah.
are we getting disguises?
Um,
Oh.
just wait until you experience what redacted other characters, not a redacted you haven't met, but a character is bringing to your little group wagon.
Okay.
I will
just
allow
checking,
you to
'cause
play
you know
dress
I
up
like
souls.
dress
Yeah, I'll be
up.
What did
Try
you say?
to. I'm
No,
gonna let you
I,
play dress up. Obviously.
I was just asking if we were getting disguises, and Sam said, "Wait a minute for your."
I'm so excited
delivered.
to have our FE7 moment.
Yeah.
We
We need
disguise.
disguises.
Perfect.
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 Anyways,
Wait, someone posted in the chat. I don't know.
I did.
Yeah.
Oh, you
it's-
did.
you gotta Photoshop
it's
your little
also
faces
on
in
my
here.
phone.
Oh,
Yeah.
someone should, yeah.
Perfect.
That was a lot of fun.
I'm
This was fun.
so glad. I'm overjoyed. I'm over the moon. I'm not gonna sleep tonight because I'm thinking very hard about all the stuff I have to plan for next session. Although I get to plan a little less because you guys are behind. Yippee!
Oh, I gotta figure out what on earth Theodore's gonna say.
We gotta get that made. No pressure, Theodore.
Yeah.
But get us that made, girl. I think she's one of the secret NPCs Sam was talking about.
Teehee
We're all
twirls my
gonna
hair.
get made.
Anyways, yeah,
We
this,
already have you, Temperance.
I was
Alright.
I was so afraid you guys were gonna be like, where's their art? Where's their art for every character? Because that's like how you can tell when a character is
Yeah,
recruitable.
you
If
described
they have
her
art.
braid, and you were like, oh, she holds her braid, and I was like, oh, she's got art. I'm gonna be normal about this.
I gotta start manufacturing appearances for the randos. Anyways, I'm super tired and I have work tomorrow. Good night, gamers. Thank you for coming.
Yeah.
Night,
Thank you
Sam.
for hosting.
Yeehaw.
Thank you.